Plan Commission meeting to order. First, we will hear information from our technical facilitator.
All right, welcome to our virtual Plan Commission meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do the best to call on committee members in the order in which the hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered must match the name you entered in registration. That's full name. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After all registrants speak, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed in today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jesse. First is public comment, and I don't believe we have any public comment. Is that correct, Bill?
Not that we have received, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next are communications, disclosures, and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Any disclosures or recusals? Seeing no raised hands. Next, minutes of the May 20th regular meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing no raised hands, is there a motion to approve? Moved by Alder Ugair, seconded by Alder Field. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next, schedule of our upcoming meetings. Regular meetings on Monday, June 24th, July 8th, July 29th, and those are all at 5:30, and those are virtual meetings. Then on July 11th at 5 o'clock, we will have a special meeting that will be in person, room 215, Madison Municipal Building. Okay, next will be our, will be our consent agenda. It is the practice, custom of the Plan Commission to remove from the agenda those items on which staff believes an application has had sufficient review to warrant approval with all of the conditions placed upon it by various city departments on which the applicant accepts those conditions, and there are no individuals who have registered to speak. These items are placed on the consent agenda, and we will address them now. And then people interested in those items can sign off. I will read the agenda item numbers and then go back and read the content into the record. So agenda item 2, and then for referral, agenda item 7. And then on the consent agenda, items 16, 17, and 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22, and agenda item 27. Are there any requests for separation? Seeing no raised hands, I'll read those items into the record. Agenda item 2, Legistar 83429, amending the records, including maps and databases of the street address numbers and street names by the city engineer referred to in sections 1034 Madison General Ordinances by changing the name of Cherokee Club Lane to Players Drive, location of the street name change lying between Perfect Drive and North Sherman Avenue in Alder District 18. And then for referral, agenda item 7, Legistar 83269. Then on the consent agenda and all the agenda items 16, 17, and 18, which are related. Legistar 82942, located at 755 Braxton Place, Alder District 13. Consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a 10-story, 164-unit apartment building. Agenda item 17, Legistar 82943, same location, consideration of a conditional use in the traditional residential urban 2 district for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 60 units, and consideration of a conditional use in the TRU2 district for offices for human services programs to allow construction of 3 5-story interconnected apartment buildings containing 344 total units. Agenda item 18, Legistar 82976, approving a certified survey map of property owned by Community Development Authority of the City of Madison, located at 755 Braxton Place. Then the next 4 items, agenda items are related. Agenda item 19, Legistar 82948, located at 515 North Whitney Way, Alder District 11, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a 1-story office building. Agenda item 20, Legistar 83476, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 515 North Whitney Way from neighborhood mixed-use district to traditional shopping street district. Agenda item 21, Legistar 82949, same location, consideration of a conditional use in the proposed traditional shopping street district for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 36 units, and consideration of a conditional use in the traditional shopping district for a building taller than 3 stories and 40 feet to allow construction of a 5-story, 40-unit apartment building. Agenda item 22, Legistar 82978, approving a certified survey map of property owned by Flad Development located at 515 North Whitney Way. Then also agenda item 27, Legistar 83268, adjacent to 3972 Vilas Hope Road, Town of Cottage Grove, consideration of a certified survey map within the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction to create 3 lots from parcels number 0711 through -193-8430-0. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Commissioner Solheim, seconded by Alder Field. And I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the consent agenda passes unanimously. Next on the agenda are tax incremental district amendments. Legistar, agenda item 3, Legistar 83652, approving the amendment to the project plan for tax incremental district 45, Capitol Square West, City of Madison, Alder District 4. Are there any, Matt Wachter is here to answer any questions. Are there any questions on that TID, or would you like a presentation? Okay, I will open the public hearing. I will close the public hearing. There are no registrants. Is there a motion? A motion by Nicole Solheim, Is there a second?
I will move approval of the amendment to the project plan for TID 45.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Heck. Any comments? Discussion? Seeing none, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next is agenda item 4, Legistar 83653, approving the amendment to the project plan for tax incremental District 48, Regent Street, City of Madison, Alder District 4, District 8, and District 13. Again, is there a request for a presentation? Alder Huger?
Yes, I just like a little bit because I see a number of items were removed as part of the amendment and others were added in terms of the capital projects, and just a quick summary by staff would be appreciated.
Okay, then Matt Wachter, you're up.
Sure. So most of what's happening here is that we're taking these some of the road projects as well as the multimodal bike path project. Instead of having them being done by the city engineering, they're going to be done by the CDA through our tax credit development. Some of this is because we'll already have a contractor on site. Some of it is because some of those items will be eligible to generate tax credits. So all the same work, it's just we're moving them into the CDA's development of the triangle. And then we're also adding the triangle development, because when we created the original TID and project plan, we didn't know exactly what we were going to do at the triangle. Now we know the phases, we know the general layout of the buildings, as you know, because you just approved the first phase of that. And we've also been exploring a geothermal system. And so that has been added to the project plan.
Thank you, Matt. That's adequate. I have no further questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Alder. Any other requests for information? And there are no registrants. I'll open the public hearing, close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Alder Huger.
Move to approve the amendment for TIF 48.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Heck. Alder Huger, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Not necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next is agenda item 5, Legistar 83654, approving the amendment to the project plan for tax incremental District 52, East Washington and Stoughton Road, Alder District 12. Are there any requests for a presentation by staff? Seeing no raised hands, I will open the public hearing. There are no registrants. I will close the public hearing, and we would need a motion. Commissioner Solheim.
I'll move approval of the amendment to the project plan for TID 52.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Heck. Commissioner Solheim, did you wish to speak to your motion? No. Any discussion, comments? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next is agenda item 6, Legistar 83655, approving the first 2024 amendment to the project plan for tax incremental District 54 Pennsylvania Avenue in Alder District 12. Would anyone like a staff presentation? Seeing no raised hands, I'll open the public hearing. There are no registrants. I'll close the public hearing. We would need then a motion. Commissioner Solheim.
I'll move approval of the first amendment to the project plan for TID 54.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Heck. Commissioner Solheim, did you wish to speak to your motion? Okay. Any discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next is agenda item 8, Legistar 83478, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 201 through 205 South Stoughton Road from Industrial Limited District to Tiny House Village District in Alder District 3. And we're going to hear from Tim Parks about this.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the Plan Commission, Tim Parks with planning staff. Just briefly, 205 South Stoughton Road is a request to rezone a roughly 1 acre parcel from Industrial Limited to Tiny House Village zoning. It is a zoning map amendment before the Plan Commission. There are not specifically plans for a tiny house village, nor is there a management plan. If the zoning map amendment before you tonight passes, before a tiny house village could be established on the site, the project team Occupy Madison, who you'll be hearing from shortly, will need to seek site plan approval in order to establish a tiny house village. The project team has submitted a conceptual site plan for the site, as well as indicated in their letter of intent the use and operation that they envision for the property if the zoning map amendment that is before you is approved. But again, just to reiterate, this is just a zoning map amendment and not specific approval of the use, operation, and plans for a tiny house village. Those will come if the zoning map amendment is approved. Also of note, there are a series of conditions of approval that were included from reviewing agencies. We customarily send projects to roughly 12 city offices within different agencies for their review and comment. Their comments typically become conditions of the Plan Commission's approval. However, for a straight zoning map amendment like the one that's before you tonight, the conditions are more for informational purposes only. They are not conditions that will need to be met in order for the zoning map amendment, if approved, to take effect. So they are merely for informational purposes. Staff has reviewed the request to rezone the property to THV and believes that the Plan Commission could find that it is generally consistent with the recommendations, most in particular in the Stoughton Road Revitalization Project Plan, dated originally in 2008, updated in 2023. Both the Stoughton Road Revitalization Project Plan, which has a terrible acronym, and the comprehensive plan both recommend the site predominantly for industrial uses. However, the Stoughton Road Revitalization Project Plan was amended in 2023 to also allow institutional and medium residential uses to be considered on the site, and that the request for THV zoning would be consistent with that. There is a residential component if a tiny house village is established here. There are non-residential components as well, including tiny home production, which will actually be occurring on the site first before anything else. in the existing industrial limited zoning. Occupy Madison has gotten permits to begin renovating the building, in part to begin producing tiny homes for their other two existing Occupy Madison villages. And they also have some counseling and community service offices that they intend to have on site, as well as some general retail type uses that would be complementary to the tiny house village. So it would be a unique sort of mixed use development that would be consistent with the amendment in the 2023 or the amendment approved in 2023 to the Stoughton Road Revitalization Project Plan that would allow for THV zoning to be created here. While the proposed development may be consistent with the adopted land use recommendations, staff acknowledges that there, should be concern given to the site's proximity along the Stoughton Road frontage road and noise from Stoughton Road, which is also US Highway 51. It's also at the northern end of an established industrial area. So that, there, certainly could be some elements of the industrial development that may not jive with THV zoning. At the same time, staff notes in its report that there are many instances around the city where industrial and residential and mixed uses commingle or are in close proximity to one another, which is a result of old land use policies and even more recent ones. But staff asks the Plan Commission to consider whether the request to rezone the site from IL to THV is consistent with the plan recommendations, and it should make specific findings, whether or not it finds that it's consistent with adopted plans and whether it's consistent with the condition or the standards for zoning map amendments as it relates to public health, safety, and welfare. I'd be happy to answer questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. We have a request for pooled time, Brenda Conkle, Roger Smith, and Thomas Andreas. And so first we will hear from Brenda Conkle. Brenda, your team has 9 minutes.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I have a cold, so I hope you can hear me. I am the president of Occupy Madison and the applicant for this project. Tonight, we also have Roger Smith with us, who is our architect. I see that you have our statement that has been placed up there, so I don't have to read it all. But I would like to acknowledge that there are a lot of many important and some distracting issues that we could talk about tonight around homelessness and the many broken systems that contribute to getting to the point where people experience homelessness and how hard it is to get out of homelessness once you are there, and the affordable housing crisis and all the other things that are going on. But I know that and as a former plan commissioner, I know that's not what we're here to talk about tonight. I'd love to have that conversation with anyone at any time, but tonight we are here to look at if we meet the standards for the zoning map amendment. And I am confident that Occupy Madison does meet those standards. I did send the statement in writing to you around 3 o'clock today, so you can also have it in your email. And in this document, you'll find 3 statements from our residents and telling the story about how Occupy Madison has changed their lives. You'll also find supplemental materials about the history of our organization and our 2 cooperatively run self-sustaining villages and our activities such as the retail store, wood shop, farming, and our future food cart. The one that I think most people have been focusing on is promoting public health, safety, and welfare, as well as consistency with the comprehensive plan. And I think it's really important to note that when the council passed the tiny house village zoning in August of 2021, they determined that a core component of public health, safety, and welfare is ensuring that all residents have access to safe, stable, affordable, and legal places to sleep. They also found that they need, in today's economy, it requires creativity and flexibility with respect to the type of housing allowed in city's zoning code. They also acknowledge that the success of our previous tiny house villages Currently, no parcel of land in the city is actually zoned THV. This is actually the first project that would be zoned that way. Our other two villages approved in May of 2015 and August of 2020 during COVID were planned developments. The one that we built during COVID actually had a special temporary zoning during COVID, which I've never seen before. We really appreciate all the city's efforts to help make that happen and get, at that point, we had 28 people living in that village. And it really did make a huge difference during COVID. And we really do appreciate the City Council, Urban Design and Plan Commission's longstanding support of these, let's say, less than typical developments. There's really not much else in the city like them. And then as Tim Parks was mentioning earlier, the Stoughton Road Revitalization Project Plan specifically calls out this location, and they made that specifically because Occupy Madison was looking at putting a tiny house facility there. And you have access to that report and the language that changes it to say that there could be a limited medium residential. We believe these two actions of the City Council provide really strong support for this project in this specific location. The council has taken some steps to already approve these types of projects, and we think that these do address the really core components of public health, safety, and welfare. And when you hear more from when you read the statements from our residents that live in our villages, I think you'll understand more what it can really mean for somebody. There's been a lot of talk about the existing conditions, including the lack of lighting, sidewalks, and bus service. We're aware of these conditions. We were aware of them when we chose the site. And comparatively speaking, most people living in tents in the woods are not benefiting from ideal lighting. They don't have sidewalks. They don't even have other city services like trash collection or anything else. We have owned this property since December of 2022, and our residents attend meetings and work there. And they haven't complained about any lack of access to the property. I'm going to stop there and let Roger speak, and you have the rest of our statement in writing, but I am willing to answer any questions that you might have.
Hey, Roger Smith.
Okay, can you hear me now? Sorry
Yes.
about that. Okay, I assume it's Tim that's scrolling the information. If we could scroll up to a site plan, I'll just run through the basic pragmatics and function of the site and how it's been designed. Might be ways down. Okay, I guess I can start talking without a picture of the site.
It's not in the attachment that I was given to present, so I will find it in the project folder.
Okay.
So do you want to go ahead, Roger, while he's looking?
All right, I guess I will. Here we go. So this is our proposed site layout. As Brenda mentioned, there's an addition nearing completion located here, which will be used for the assembly of the tiny house village. That's already been approved and is under construction. The site itself consists of 22 units that are within the required setbacks from the rear property lines. 22 freestanding tiny houses that will have their own electricity, no heating or cooling. The tiny houses, I believe, are 7 by 12 and will sit on gravel pads. Well, they have been arranged in the rear corner away from both streets, and will be the entire area of the tiny houses will be surrounded by a 6-foot solid wood privacy fence. Within this area, there's a community garden proposed in the sunny area of the site. Occupy also proposes cultivation of chickens and bees on the site as well. We're proposing a fire lane access from either end of the tiny house area. And we would be providing a new curb cut along Robinson Road to access new parking in that area. Parking there is for the operations of Occupy Madison, and it will provide access. Also, this curb cut provides access to the shop as well as a fire lane to the tiny house area itself. There's also parking from the existing entry for the public and main access to the building. The existing entries to the existing building have been maintained. There's a public entry, as I mentioned, from this parking lot, an entry for a tenant that Occupy Madison will rent from, and then a entry for residents directly from the Tiny House Village. Bike parking has been provided for both the residents and building users. There's existing green space, large trees on the southwest corner of the site. Outdoor space with a patio is proposed as part of this too. Inside, real quick, Tim, if you could scroll up to a floor plan. What's proposed is community space. One more, please. Community space for residents in the community, or I'm sorry, the Tiny House Village residents as well as the community. Will also provide space for office and operations for Occupy, and in this blue area is the proposed tenant space. Along with the community space, there's a community kitchen and toilet, shower, and laundry facilities for the residents and building users. And also, as mentioned, space for retail, a free store, which will just be items offered for free, and then a retail store that will offer other items and crafts from the houseless community. I think that covers it in a nutshell. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Thomas Andreas speaking or no? Roger?
I don't know. Brenda would know.
Okay. Okay. Why don't we bring him up because he was the third person. Jesse, is Thomas Andreas registered?
Chair, there is no person by that name in attendance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then we will move on to our other registrants. First one is Timothy Jones in support and wishing to speak, representing Occupy Madison. Timothy, you have 3 minutes.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Very well. Thank you. Yeah, I'm one of the co-vice presidents of Occupy Madison and have been a volunteer since the time of COVID, at the time that the Conestoga huts were being planned and developed for the Aberg location. I've been heavily involved in a number of different ways in regards to some of the development of this plan for the third village as well, and have spent quite a bit of time at both of the other villages. If there are questions that anyone has for me in my involvement, it relates to some of the ways in which uses other than the manufacturing of tiny houses will be done as well, but that will probably be one of my primary functions. I'm fairly familiar with the way in which that particular village is intended to operate. So beyond that manufacturing function, I would just like to say that I have spent quite a bit of time with individuals who definitely, as Brenda had said, see themselves experiencing advancement in the things they wish to do in their lives, and testimony in the ways that some of the residents have submitted comments that are written are pretty impressive. It moves me to be able to participate as a volunteer and see that kind of benefit. It is the thing which motivates me as an industrial engineer to commit what it is I know and how I am able to do a variety of things for the benefit of this particular model of providing housing for people who are houseless, but also beyond the housing aspect. And I think that that combination is extremely vital to this project. the vocational benefits, the opportunity to work and develop ways in which to sustain the villages and the movement that they are a part of is key. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Timothy. Our next registrant is Sergio Bravo, Belmont Road, opposed and wishing to speak. Sergio, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person in attendance with that name.
Okay, thank you. Next registrant is Liz Darby, located on Robertson Road, in Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, representing Fabic Incorporated. Liz, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. So my name is Liz Derby and I'm general counsel for Fabic, a specialty coatings and sealants company located next to the Occupy Madison proposed site. I'd like to thank the commission for taking the time tonight to listen to the concerns of the community. Fabic submitted a packet of material in opposition to this development, and I hope you are able to review it and that you find it helpful. In the short amount of time I have tonight, I wanted to address a few concerns about the staff report. If this project is approved, taxpayer funding will be used to permit drug use, plain and simple. As part of the contract with Dane County, Occupy Madison cannot impose sobriety requirements on prospective residents and cannot require them to address mental health issues. And in the application to Dane County, Occupy Madison acknowledges that its villages struggle with substance use. Occupy Madison and the city have a track record of overlooking these facts in public. In the March community meeting, the first question a woman from the community asked was about safety. A resident of Occupy Madison responded by saying, "Show me one instance where there has been a safety issue in one of our villages." Well, we had over 200. In fact, just the day before, a resident stabbed another resident at the Aberg village. 12 officers, including K-9 units, responded to this incident in a multi-jurisdictional pursuit of the suspect. This, according to the staff report, is merely a perception of crime and safety issues. The city also attempts to avoid the concern of putting a residential area in an industrial one by identifying 2 sites that can hardly be compared to the current situation. The Fair Oaks building is located in an employment district that includes a planned development and is surrounded entirely by residential districts. The Huxley building is in an area that in 2020 came under a special area plan, redesigning the old Oscar Mayer area to allow for significant residential developments. Simply because it is located next to the closed Oscar Mayer plant does not make the area industrial. The city planning staff surely knows this because the changing landscape of that area was part of their reasoning to allow the Aberg village. Finally, as part of our research, we learned that the city ordinances that have allowed Occupy Madison to operate also allow it to sidestep nearly every state regulation, whether for campgrounds, mobile homes, transportation, housing, or otherwise. There is no mechanism in place to ensure that these types of developments are being managed safely. So let's combine no regulation and no staff with a vulnerable population, stack them with harm reduction supplies and no support services, and stick them in the middle of industrial park. But what could possibly go wrong? To allow this village in this industrial park can only be described as either ignorance or arrogance. And I ask that this commission support the safety of everyone involved and deny this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Liz. Our next registrant is Nicholas Davies in support and wishing to speak. Nicholas, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Yeah, I want to address a few of the whack-a-mole of trolling concerns that have been brought forward as a thin veil for prejudice against those struggling with housing stability. Regarding the transportation system, under the city's current standards, this road will have more bike and ped amenities whenever it's reconstructed. The site is also not far from a bridge over 51, and from there it connects to a park, a grocery, and bus lines. Regarding the subjective objections to Occupy Madison as an owner and operator, you probably hear a lot of different impressions from other people, and it's fundamentally not the issue before you tonight. The zoning change would outlast or could outlast the current ownership of the property, and denying this rezoning because of the current ownership, and in effect saying that it would be approved if someone else owned the property, that would be arbitrary and fickle and open the city up to potential appeal or lawsuit. So if people take issue with how Occupy Madison runs their tiny house villages, they should try addressing that in ordinance. Regarding the accusations of spot zoning, we should be aiming for heterogeneous zoning, not homogeneous. And I very strongly oppose adopting this doctrine that we can never start rezoning an area from the middle based on what property comes up for sale first. One way that Japan solves this problem is by allowing a larger range of uses within a zoning designation so that they can have residential of various scales, commercial uses, small scale agricultural or industrial, all within an area zoned as industry, but that's not the framework that we're working in, unfortunately. And then there's this kind of perception of a mismatch between the proposed use and neighboring uses. But, what's been on this site before, it's currently some kind of supply wholesaler. Before that, it was kind of a religious youth organization. I mean, neither of those are really industrial, but you didn't hear the same kind of objections, with regards to them being neighbors of more industrial uses. So I hope you'll approve this tonight, and thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Our next registrant is Kevin Wolski, listing only a post office box in Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Kevin, you have 3 minutes.
I oppose the zoning for 201 to 205 South Stoughton Road. I ask that before the city makes a decision, that the city must notify all businesses, and property owners in districts 3, 15, 16, and 17. I did not receive a notice in the mail, nor did any of the tenants that leased from me received one, and we're down the road further on Atlas Avenue. And I had found out from somebody else. And I ended up showing up to the meeting on March 13th that the city had put on. And Alder Derek Field was there and was asked to send out notifications to all of the people in his district, and he did not. And I asked for another public meeting, and he declined. I recommend an audit of the city, the county, and federal tax dollars expended by Occupy Madison at this location. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next registrant is Sadiqa Deshazer, North Patterson Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I've been volunteering with Occupy Madison for about 4 years now, and have had the opportunity to see the two villages grow. And I stand in support of the zoning change. I have seen the folks that are in need of these shelters overcome many things in the city, and the habitation, as far as like the level of quality, is something that occupies building space for people to have community. That's not something they can even get going just downtown. The amount of people that I see that get walked by, etc., by members of the community, like, this is something I would argue positive, and I really appreciate the tiny home village zoning, and that the city is attempting to resolve some of its housing issues. I would say that folks that are in opposition should come be in support and help build a community that they want to see, not just poo-poo on the community that they don't want to see.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Michael Fabic, Robertson Road, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak, representing Fab 6. Michael, you have 3 minutes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
My name is Michael Fabic, and I'm the manager of Fab 6 LLC, the owner of 4110 and 4118 Robertson Road. The property is located directly next to Occupy Madison's Stoughton Road property. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to start by noting that the public notice provided at the 205 South Stoughton Road location was only posted on the afternoon of May 30th, after both Fab 6 and its tenant informed the city that the notice was missing. May 30th only provided an 11-day notice for this hearing, as opposed to the mandatory 21-day notice. Additionally, postcards we received in the mail were postmarked May 28th, providing only 13 days notice of this meeting. This follows the lack of notice regarding this project from day one. The initial community meeting postcards came out with a week's notice to attend. The original site plan submitted in early April didn't even follow the tiny house village zoning code. The second site plan wasn't submitted until 1 month later, and that site plan does not comply with Occupy Madison's requirements from Dane County. So the community has had no opportunity to review what is actually going to go on this property. Dane County is using $1.5 million of taxpayer money for this project, and taxpayers have a right to know how that money is being spent. I know the city says a site plan at this point is not required, but my understanding is that under the terms of the comprehensive plan, a detailed land use proposal is required. With a change this big, the community has a right to know and discuss the plans. The attitude of Occupy Madison and the city to just push this through when there are significant public safety concerns is alarming. I also think there needs to be some accountability for Occupy Madison's Aberg Village before the city thinks about a third village. Wouldn't it be better for Occupy Madison to complete its Aberg Village before seeking to establish another one? I'm sure the community near Aberg would appreciate it since they were originally promised that the tiny homes for that village would be completed by 2023. Currently, there are only Conestoga huts at the Aberg Village. Fab 6 also had its attorney review the plan and had him submit written comments to the Plan Commission outlining significant legal shortcomings with the plan, including Occupy Madison's desire to use the property in ways that exceed the limits of incidental use under the zoning code. I hope that you have had a chance to review our attorney's letter and are taking the significant shortcomings of this application under serious consideration. I respectfully ask that if you do not outright deny this application, that you require Occupy Madison to resubmit a plan that is legally compliant and then require Occupy Madison to cast a much wider net when putting the community on notice about this development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Our next registrant is Linda Ketchum, East Olin Avenue, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Just Dane. Linda, you have 3 minutes.
I'm the Executive Director of Just Dane, and I'm here tonight in that capacity, encouraging you to approve this change to the zoning code. I know there's been some confusion about Occupy Madison's Tiny Home Village and the Tiny Home site on Dairy Drive, and these are two very different initiatives. The tiny homes on Dairy Drive were created quickly in response to a global pandemic and an urgent need to try to provide non-congregate shelter for individuals. In contrast, Occupy Madison's tiny home villages are intentional, cooperative communities developed over time with a focus on self-governance, sustainability, and community. I served on the board of Occupy Madison for several years during the creation of the first village on 3rd Street and can attest to the commitment, careful planning, and due diligence that went into the development of the community, including the environmental remediation that was required to locate the tiny homes on the site of a former auto repair shop. As the city, county, and country look to find solutions to affordable housing, we have to look at an array of housing models and options. Occupy Madison Tiny Homes and Tiny Villages have been operating on 3rd Street for 9 years with no issues, and property values actually increased after the group took over the old sketchy car repair shop that had been on that site for decades. On a personal note, I live less than a mile from the site in District 3, and I fully support the effort. I know how Occupy Madison manages its properties and have no qualms about welcoming a tiny home village into the neighborhood. The only way to reduce increasing housing costs in our community is to increase the inventory of housing. The only way out of the housing crisis in the city and county is to build more affordable housing units. Occupy Madison's tiny home villages are part of the solution, and approval of the proposed zoning change is the first step in the development of the third Occupy Madison tiny house village. I want to thank you for your time and urge you to approve this change to the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Our next registrant is Lou Host Jablonski, Lansing Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Lou Host Jablonski Design Coalition, and they are the architects providing professional services to Occupy Madison. Lou, you have 3 minutes.
Liddell, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just part of the design team, so I'm here to answer any questions Roger and Brenda have ably covered the ground that the commission needs to hear. So I'll just lay back, and if anybody's got questions, let me know.
Okay, thank you, Lou. Our next registrant is Anthony Nino Amato, Oak Creek Trail, opposed, wishing to speak. Nino, you have 3 minutes.
I have one person here. I'm speculating maybe Anthony. I've tried to unmute. I've asked to unmute on our end. You may be muted on your end.
There. Nino,
Yep.
3 minutes.
Sorry about that. I want to talk about government transparency, public safety, and public health. For the last 12 years, I headed up an organization statewide that protected the rights of the elderly and people with disabilities, roughly 1.4 million people. We have a Elder Law Center. I serve on the board of directors, but I'm speaking as an individual and an advocate for the elderly. And the reason the elderly come into play here is the growing segment of society of becoming homelessness are our elderly. So public safety, government transparency, and public health is really critical at this stage. In regards to the rezoning, it seems like there's a cart before the horse. The fact of the matter is, if you look at public safety and the track record of Occupy Madison, Mach 1 Health, all surrounding Brenda Conklin, you had over 5 deaths at Aberg Avenue. You had more than 4 deaths at Dairy Drive. It has been an absolutely mitigated disaster. And there's more going on. I would strongly recommend that you not move for approval yet, that you take government transparency and hold meetings. You basically insist on Occupy Madison to show their financials and at the same time address the deaths. If there was 1 death or 2 deaths in a nursing home, there'd be a major investigation. There's been no investigations to find out the cause of deaths on Dairy Drive or Aberg Avenue. So what this really boils down to is you have the cart before the horse. So refer this until Occupy Madison can justify their management skills, explain the deaths, and really look at the overall cost. It is not the right location. Industrial parks are not the location for affordable housing, whether they're small, tiny homes or not. So I encourage you to at least defer and not approve the zoning for this evening.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kim Richmond, Droster Road, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Kim, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody, and again, thank you for the opportunity. This evening, I'm going to speak in opposition of agenda item number 8, the rezoning of 205 South Stoughton Road. There's a lack of complete accountability and transparency with this project. We need the city and the county to come together along with the community at the same time and the same place for an open and transparent discussion. In other words, the city, the county, Occupy Madison, and other parties involved must interact with the community through genuine, open, live dialogue. This should not be a city-run meeting where we write our concerns and questions and suggestions on a little 3x5-inch index card, hoping they get read. Yes, there were mailers, cards sent out to a very limited area to inform the public of this project, but many residents and business owners report they did not receive anything, and they learned about this project from a couple of people walking door to door, or on social media, or from recent articles in the print media. This is not a NIMBY issue, and there is no prejudice. This is a safety issue. This area is zoned industrial limited. Think industrial limited. The traffic on this stretch of South Stoughton Road, Robertson Road, Atlas Avenue frontage roads are filled with loaded tractor trailers, heavy equipment vehicles, large box trucks, not to mention the traffic from employees going to work, coming home from work, and commercial consumers going to and from these businesses. Many commuters all day also use this stretch to connect themselves from Milwaukee Street to Cottage Grove Road to avoid driving on the very busy Highway 51, also known as South Stoughton Road. This is not a place for people to live. This is not a place for people to be walking around. So why are we exploiting the unhoused and placing them in an industrial park? In addition, transparency and accountability has also been an issue with Occupy Madison. This includes failure to file annual reports for 2 years, and a year later led the state to notify Occupy Madison that they were going to administratively dissolve the corporation. Occupy Madison also had their charitable license revoked due to the lack of filing those annual reports. The state ordered Occupy Madison to, quote, immediately cease any activities for which a Wisconsin charitable organization registration is necessary, unquote. This is a trust, accountability, and transparency issue that cannot be ignored, and it must be taken into consideration as well as a major safety issue. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, Kim. Our next registrant is Julia Matthews, East Mifflin Street, in support and wishing to speak. Julia, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks, awesome. So I'm just wanting to speak in support. I have talked to a lot of people who live in the Emerson East neighborhood, much closer to the current Occupy village that's there. And when I ran for Alder in 2022, or the last time, I talked to, I knocked on a ton of doors in the neighborhood and talked to a ton of people. And what's consistent out of all of that outreach is that there is nothing negative that has come up about the Occupy Madison village that's tucked right in the neighborhood there. And that along with that, there's some positive feedback, like people have really enjoyed their plant sale, and they have a barbecue. And when we redid the Emerson East sign a few weeks back, they even helped us out there by letting us use their electricity and like water hookup to help out with that process, which was super appreciated. And so I just wanted to, give that comment, and that I know there was similar concern and comments against this village when it was originally going through approval processes, and there has been basically no issues to anyone in the neighborhood since then that I've heard of, or the other people that I've talked to. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you guys so much. And this is a great project. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. The next registrant is Jennifer Fencher, Belmont Road, Madison, opposed, available to answer questions. Catherine Mydal, Goldfinch Drive, Madison, in support and available to answer questions. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. It could be for Brenda Conkle, but I'll let her decide if someone else should answer this. First, I noticed in the application, or I guess it's the letter of intent that's filed under a supplemental piece of information in Legistar, that the hours unrelated to the actual folks living there were 8 to 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday and 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Saturday and Sunday. I'm assuming that was meant to be 12 a.m. Maybe you can answer that, but also can you just give some examples of activities that go on at your other two sites, and what you anticipate for folks other than living there and eating there and things like that. What's other sort of activities do you anticipate?
Yes, you're absolutely correct that that was a typo. It was meant to say AM. And then as far as activities go, at our first village, we have a wood shop where we build wood products. So we have like cutting boards and lots of creative things that people come up with, ornaments and tiny houses that we sell that are like little ornaments. And we sell plants. We have a greenhouse there. So we sell plants. We have succulents. We have a couple people there who make soap. They make jewelry. There's lots of different activities that go on there when people are using their creative skills to try to make products that we can sell. And when we sell those items, like when we do our plant sale and when we do our holiday sale, that actually ends up making that first village completely self-sustainable. The plant sale is a really big event for us, and I think Sophia grew almost 2,000 plants this year. And so it takes up a lot of the time for the residents who live and work there. At our second village, our plan is to have a food cart, and that food cart is actually out front right now. It's the very first tiny house that we built. And we are working to, figure out what our menu is going to be and what the activities will be there. And then all of our residents have to do what we call sweat equity. And if you read Keith's story, it really kind of spells it out a little bit. But sweat equity means that you have to do a certain amount of work with us before you get into our village. And that work is intended to help us all get to know each other, figure out what people's skills and interests are, figure out if they're going to be a good fit for our village, kind of like going to community meals at the co-ops downtown. And that sweat equity, we usually work on Saturdays and Sundays from 10 to 2. And there's shop shifts where people can go over to the wood shop and work on Tuesday and Thursday nights from like 6 to 8. And that's when our stores are available too. At our third property, we're hoping to have a free store, which has been a dream of a lot of people in the community for a really long time. That free store would have things like clothing and household items and things that people who are experiencing homelessness don't have or can't carry around with them. And so we are hoping that we can bring in donations, and those donations can then be provided to free to the people who are out there in the community. And then we'll also have another retail store there with we're going to have a much bigger craft room because the crafts that the residents have been coming up with have been really awesome. And we are hoping to try to expand that a little bit. And so those are kind of our main activities, but right now a lot of our efforts are being put into our work days. So people can earn the sweat equity. And then at this new location, we don't know exactly what our hours are going to be yet for the shop shifts. But when we were building the Conestoga huts, we had shop shifts every single day, and volunteers could sign up for those and come in and help build the tiny houses.
Thank you. Chair, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Could you also address something we've read in public comment and heard about I think the Aberg tiny village not following through on its plan to build bona fide tiny homes rather than Conestoga huts. And my impression is that you are in the process of building those now at this Stoughton site. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we tried to find a lease or somebody to donate some space for us to build the tiny houses. Our workshop at 3rd Street is just simply not big enough for what we need to do because we can't do anything outside. So it's just really super hard for us to actually build a tiny house at that location. So what we are doing at Stoughton Road is we spent about $300,000 to add on a big garage. We will be building the tiny houses, the components of them in the basement, and then bringing them out to the garage and assembling them. And that project will be done at the end of this month. And then we will be able to start building our tiny houses again. And our plan is for us to build the houses for Aberg Avenue first, and then build the ones for the Stoughton Road project. It is been a very long, hard struggle, especially with COVID in between there, and then the rising prices of all the costs of all the materials, especially wood, which is one of the main components of the tiny houses. So our plan is to start building houses as soon as we can. Lots of the residents are very excited to start working on their forever home if that's what they want it to be.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
Thank you, Alder Heck. Alder Field.
Thank you, Chair. I have questions on 3 topics that I think Brenda can probably speak to, although I'll let us know if there's someone else on the team. The first one is to piggyback off of Commissioner Heck's question just now about the more about the timeline for upgrades to tiny home villages at the Aberg site and how the Conestoga huts move. What does that mean for 2025 occupancy, if according to your all's current plans?
Okay, so originally the county's funding it's ARPA funding, and they had wanted us to get it all spent by December 31st of this year. They have extended that to June, so that has shifted our timeline just a little bit. But this is what our plan is that as we build our tiny houses, we will bring a new wooden tiny house over to the Aberg site. The site is all ready for the houses, so we've already done all the landscaping and the other work that needs to go to get the pads ready to move the houses into. And so as we move a house into one of those spots, we will take that Conestoga hut and we will move it over to Stoughton Road. And then that will provide a place for someone to live. We also have 5 Conestoga huts at the Bachman construction yard, and we'll be moving those over. So when we have, a group of 5 to 8 Conestoga huts, we will start moving residents in. We probably can't do that though until the bathrooms and the showers and all the other things are actually provided in the building, so they have the things that they need. So I think we're looking at somewhere between December and June when the first residents may be able to move in.
Thank you for that. My next question is about some of the operations at the Occupy's tiny home villages when there are issues. So specifically, if there's a resident who's maybe having trouble managing their behavior or jeopardizing the safety of their neighbors at the tiny home village or out elsewhere, how is that addressed? What steps do the Occupy residents take under their community agreement?
That question may be a better question for Tim Jones. He helps with there's a residents council that makes those decisions, and he attends all of those meetings. So I don't, if Tim is still here, he would probably be best to answer that.
I am. Thank you for the question, Alderfield. So my role as a volunteer with the organization for a good while now has been to facilitate, not to be a member of the Residents Council. By its name, it's intended for the residents themselves to sit on, and we have taken it through a couple of phases of development. At this time, it's a mandatory rotation of participants on that Residents Council. The process has been fairly consistent over the time. Again, slight developments as we learn things in the process of this kind of model. But essentially, there's been for a very long time in Occupy a tradition of writing up incident reports in the event that there is a conflict that cannot be resolved by the people who are in that conflict. Predominantly, that conflict would be an interpersonal one, but sometimes we find that the conflicts that arise are ones which the organization itself has a stake alone in. And so, for example, let's say something comes up, somebody writes an incident report and brings it to the Residents Council for consideration. The Residents Council takes a look at it and decides, yeah, this is something we may get engaged in. We can interact with the people who are involved. And in the process of that interaction, the people who are involved somehow feel as though they've resolved the matter. It may still be that the organization itself has a concern because of what's come up. Let's say that there's a pattern of behavior of a particular individual, like you had asked about, and multiple people have experienced this from that individual. In the instance that we're looking at, it may be with only one party who feels like they've been satisfied. But if it's a pattern, it may be something that the council itself becomes aware of and wants to do something about, even if that individual in the particular instance feels like it's resolved. So there are multiple levels at which some of these things operate. Essentially, we make sure that we hear all parties because every story has more than one side. We make sure that we end up deliberating and asking questions of each of them that relate to the matters that have been concerning to at least one individual. Then we have a deliberation that goes potentially on to others in the event that the Residence Council feels as though someone needs to either temporarily or permanently leave the village. Those types of decisions are passed along to the general membership so that whole group will preside over the decision. Those meetings can take a very long time, but the original proposal for what's going to end up being suggested is done by the Residence Council. So I think you get a picture of the whole process there.
Yeah, thank you. That was helpful. A final question then on some of the concerns that came up in the public hearing about financial reporting or charitable organization forms. I wanted to better understand if just what steps Occupy has taken to make sure that that kind of stuff doesn't happen again.
So here's what happened with that. We, during COVID, tried to find someone to do our audit. And after the audit is done, that's when you fill out your 990 form and your 1952 for the state, and then you send it in. We had attempted 15 different times to find somebody who had accountants available to do our audit. And we ended up having to get somebody out of Eau Claire to do it. And the woman from Eau Claire that we had do our audit suddenly left the firm. And we had a long struggle to get the paperwork that we needed to be able to fill out the reports that were required so that we could turn them into the state. We were not required to have an audit this year, so our forms are getting filled out and sent in immediately. And we do have an accountant that is working with us called Common Good Bookkeeping. And we are searching already now for our audit for the year that starts July 1st to make sure that we have someone in place to be able to do that for us. But it was a bad combination of COVID, lack of employees, lack of accounting services available to the community. Right now I'm paying over $25,000 for an audit for another nonprofit that I work with because the costs have just skyrocketed. It used to be $8,000 to $10,000, and it's just really been difficult to find folks to do that work for us.
Thanks for that background. I'm good, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Alder Duncan.
Thank you, Chair. This question is for Brenda. Brenda, I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit about the demand and the needs for tiny home options based on the current undersale of affordable housing, possibly.
How long do you want me to talk? No, just kidding. So I work in homeless services in my day job as well as volunteer with Occupy Madison. And I have watched I thought, the numbers continue to go up. And I thought, they're not going to keep going up. This is just a blip. COVID had some weird effects on things or whatever. But we used to have 75 people sleeping at the men's shelter at night downtown here, maybe about 10 years ago. Now, this winter, we had over 380 people sleeping in the men's shelter. And in addition to that, we had 100 people sleeping outside in the wintertime, a little under 100. And I think, these numbers continue to increase, and I keep thinking that can't be possible, but it is really growing out of control. One of the things that's really important about that is not everybody's going to fit into the homeless shelter system. Not everybody is going to be able to tolerate those types of crowded environments. It wasn't physically, medically safe for a lot of people to be in those environments. And there's a lot of people whose mental health and other issues are going to make it so that they just aren't going to feel comfortable being there or are not going to be able to continue the behaviors that are required to be there. So we do have a lot of folks who are just, they're non-traditional. They're just like Occupy Madison. But they come to Occupy Madison and they find a place where they can be, where they're accepted. And then we start from there. If you read John's statement, he just said it pretty well, where he said, this started out, I finally had a base where I could, like a foundation where I could start changing the things that I needed to change. Kim's story also, I think, really speaks to that. So I think that, Occupy Madison is not a fit for everybody. You have to want to have 21 roommates, which is a hard thing to want to do. It is definitely a community living. You got to put time, work, and effort into it. You got to continue to, do whatever chores there are around the village. You have to, continue to work with work days. You have to attend meetings. You have to be part of the self-governance. All of that is something that, some people really thrive in that environment. Some people don't. And we really leave that up to the folks who are applying to be at the village. One thing I would say that I am super concerned, and I just don't know how to express this strongly enough. I am super concerned that with the end of the COVID funds, we're going to see a huge reduction in services. And we are losing a lot of units in the city of Madison. With the new Rethke project, there's going to be 20 units there instead of 60. When Porch Light moves, there's going to be 70 units instead of 100. The hotels to housing program is ending. So at the same time that we're seeing this growth in the number of people that we're seeing at the shelter and sleeping outside, we're also seeing a reduction in the amount of housing units that are going to be available to them. And I am very concerned for our community that we need to figure this out. And it's going to take more than just the people working in homeless services to do that.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for any of our registrants? Any further questions? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Tim?
Staff has a question of staff. No, it did come up during the public hearing. One of the speakers on behalf of FABIC did mention, and I forgot to include in my overview, that there was an issue with the posting of the sign. The zoning code requires that the sign, yellow public hearing sign, be posted 21 days prior to the Plan Commission public hearing. And failure to post the sign shall not invalidate any action taken on the application by the Plan Commission or Common Council in this case. But the requirement is that it be posted 21 days in advance. It was not. The Plan Commission can still act on this item. It can also refer the matter so that the yellow sign is on site for at least 21 days before it does take action. And I apologize for not mentioning that sooner.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, Alder Field.
Thank you, Chair. And I have a question for Tim. Tim, before we opened the public hearing, you did talk a little bit about the difference between this being a rezoning proposal and the ultimate site plan approval that will have to come in. And I note that the map note on the South Stoughton Road plan that was added during 2023 mentions a detailed land use proposal. Is the proposal referenced in the map note the site plan proposal that would happen later after rezoning is passed, or are these two different steps that I'm mixing up here?
Well, there is, I think, an understanding, and I believe this was covered in the staff report that Lisa McNabala wrote, but I'm trying to recall where I saw it. But the requirement is that there be a detailed note or a detailed plan as part of the plan amendment. And I believe that we found that the materials provided by the applicant constituted a complete land use application, and that would be consistent. So it's possible that you could use the information provided by Occupy Madison as the applicants to justify approval of the rezoning to THV, but that information in and of itself wouldn't allow them to get permits to establish a tiny house village. There is a little bit of a disconnect regarding the language in the plan amendment, which is a guide for how the Plan Commission should view the introduction of medium residential and institutional uses on the site, and the process in the zoning code that would require them to submit a specific site plan for approval pursuant to section 28.186 of the zoning code, which is the process for review of permitted uses. Projects that would not need to come to the Plan Commission for conditional use or plan development approvals, for example. So they have provided a goodly amount of information which staff feels could be used as a basis for granting the requested rezoning, but would not be the information needed in order to actually establish the tiny house village on the site, recognizing too that the plan that they would submit in the future for the tiny house village could look different than the plan that's before you tonight, because that's the process that was set up with THV zoning to require that tiny house villages be permitted uses, or allow them to be considered as permitted uses, subject to meeting the supplemental regulations and going through that plan approval process in 28.186.
That made it very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Alderfield. Are there further questions? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. Tim, I don't know if you'll know the answer to this, but it's my impression is that the city has no financial investment in this project other than the staff time to process this application, some of your time this evening, et cetera, and potentially some future reviews. Do you know if that's true?
It's what I understand is that the funding that they have received from government sources has come from Dane County, not the city of Madison. But I do not know that for 100% certainty.
Okay, that was my impression too. I just wondered if you knew anything different. That was my question. Thank you.
Sure.
Are there further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I am looking for a motion. Alder Heck, Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. I will move that we will create a section of MGO to change the zoning of property located at 201-205 South Stoughton Road from IL to THV Tiny House Village. And I don't know as if there are any conditions in the staff report that need to be mentioned. I'm sort of looking that over right now. I'll say yes, that any conditions in the staff report would be included in that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there seconded by Alder Duncan? Commissioner Heck, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Just very briefly, I think that we all realize that these tiny house villages have occasionally been sources of what some might perceive as problems, but I think that they've done their very best and done a good job of attempting to find solutions to those problems. And people coming out of being unsheltered or otherwise that live in these villages are bound to have some issues, not all of them, but some may. And I think that the model is well established, not just here in Madison, but nationally, that these communities know how to operate and to help each other out. And I think having a third location is a good idea. And I think that the map note from last year's council action provides the rationale for why residential in an industrial zoning category is possible. And I think that this does meet the standards for the map amendment primarily for that reason.
Thank you. Is there any further input? Alderfield.
Thank you, Chair. So because this item is a proposal within my district, I wanted to share that as we've seen in public comment, the proposal has raised strong feelings in both directions among District 3 residents and others, as we've heard tonight. So some residents are concerned about how an Occupy Madison would be as a neighbor, and I really do respect those concerns people are raising because I know that this kind of change might be scary when you don't know how it will affect the place where you and your family live. So thinking this through, I wanted to find out more about how they might be as a neighbor. I reached out to multiple neighborhood leaders over in Emerson East, elsewhere in the east side, near the two other villages, who shared some pretty positive feedback about their Occupy Madison neighbors. They have described Occupy Madison Village residents as longstanding members of the neighborhood who throw a big popular plant sale every year. Based on Occupy's requirement that the people who join put in many hours of sweat equity before they're eligible, and that the Occupy process has a process in place to ensure a safe home environment by asking residents to mediate conflicts and perhaps leave when they can't maintain or participate in a stable environment. I do think that they will be good neighbors. And I've shared this out in a few different ways with my constituents via a couple blog posts. The leaders of the Rolling Meadows Neighborhood Association board seem to agree. So I want to quote briefly a letter that they had sent in and put on the record. As a neighborhood association, we understand the importance of community development projects that aim to address homelessness and provide sustainable housing solutions for marginalized individuals. The tiny home village proposed by Occupy Madison aligns with our values of compassion, inclusivity, and community support. Now back to my own words, I think that the concerns about the drawbacks of this particular location for housing are legitimate. I think the city can address some of those concerns by improving the area, and I've been working with city engineering and traffic engineering agencies on plans for capital projects that include sidewalks and hopefully street lighting if the village proposal moves forward. Staff have noted that this body has previously approved housing next to industrial limited zoning in other specific cases before, and while I'm still not 100% comfortable with that proximity in general, it will undoubtedly be a better place to live than where future residents of this village find themselves now. Finally, I want to touch on another point that other areas of District 3 do experience and see the impacts of unsheltered homelessness, which I do not think is a safe way for people to live and does have consequences for the surrounding neighborhoods. I certainly don't think a tiny home village is the best fit for everyone, but I think adding more housing options that are attainable for this population is a good thing, and a good thing for my district as a whole. In this case, I see it as my job to balance those location concerns against that benefit that comes from giving up to 22 people an alternative place to live other than sleeping in the woods or in parked campers where they can live safely and get back on their feet. Given all of this, I find that the standards for rezoning are met.
Thank you, Alderfield. Are there any other comments? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. The next items on our agenda are 9, 10, 11. They're related and will be considered as one public hearing. And then following the public hearing, The Plan Commission shall make separate findings and motions on each agenda item. So each registrant would have a total of 3 minutes to speak on all 3 agenda items. And first we will hear from Tim Parks. He gets the spotlight today.
Yeah, I'm hogging it tonight. Yes, items 9 through 11 are proposals to develop an approximately 67-acre parcel located on the north side of Milwaukee Street between Starkweather Creek and Walter Street, with 13 lots, various outlots, with the potential for up to 1,100 dwelling units to be created, as well as an unknown amount of future commercial space. This is the Starkweather plat. The applicant is requesting approval of demolition of 3 existing principal buildings located on the site, as well as the rezoning of the site to various residential zoning classifications and CCT to establish a small mixed-use area along the future northern extension of Leon Street. The plat will also dedicate various park and open spaces to the city, as well as land for stormwater management. This is property that many know colloquially as the Voigt Farm, and has been the subject of planning since 2017, culminating in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan, which is both an area plan adopted by the city as well as adopted by the town of Blooming Grove for the joint development parcel referred to in our intergovernmental agreement and cooperative plan with the town of Blooming Grove. So the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan has dual importance, both as a city plan and as also a plan that was called for with our folks in the town of Blooming Grove. That plan was adopted in 2018. Staff has reviewed the project and believes that the demolition permit, as well as the rezoning and preliminary plat, can meet the various standards for approval. We feel that the Plan Commission can find that the proposed development is generally consistent with the applicable recommendations, particularly in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan, as well as the comprehensive plan as updated in December 2023. Staff believes that the zoning map amendment and preliminary plat meet the standards for approval despite the anticipated density and building heights represented in the application materials that you'll be hearing more from the project team about in a few moments. That some of those may end up being greater than recommended in the 2018 Special Area Plan. Staff is also supportive of the changes to where mixed-use development would occur vis-a-vis the Voigt property, whereas the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan anticipated that it would occur on Milwaukee Street as an extension of, or using the nexus of the East Transfer Point. Since the Special Area Plan was adopted, the East Transfer Point has closed as part of the Metro network redesign. And so incorporating mixed use in a different location than what was shown in the Special Area Plan, staff is generally supportive of. And again, that would be the CCT zoned parcels proposed along the northern extension of Leon Street. I will note that this is the most nuanced application of the Complete Green Streets Guide since that was adopted in early January 2023. As many of the members of the Plan Commission will note, it was one of the impetus for updating our subdivision regulations last summer to incorporate it by reference. The proposal has a handful of streets that may not specifically align with the requirements in the Complete Green Streets Guide. However, the project has been presented to the Transportation Commission, and the Transportation Commission last October supported wider streets than Complete Green Streets might otherwise call for if they were needed to meet the aerial apparatus requirements in the fire code. That's summarized elsewhere in the written staff report, but there is a 26-foot wide aerial apparatus access lane requirement for buildings taller than 30 feet. A good number of the buildings in this project are anticipated to require that aerial apparatus access. Transportation Commission, as kind of the lead body for Complete Green Streets, was supportive when it was necessary for some of the travel ways for a handful of the Starkweather streets to be wider than CGS would otherwise allow them to be. Staff has further clarified since last October that we will work with the applicants following preliminary plat approval as the project moves through final platting and the actual design of public infrastructure to help them with their fire access needs while ensuring that the streets meet the other tenants at Complete Green Streets, and the traffic engineer has stipulated in the conditions of approval that will be before the commission tonight that there have to be minimum 8-foot wide terraces for all the streets throughout the development. So with that, there is a request before the Plan Commission. It's condition number 1 in the recommended conditions that the Plan Commission recommend approval of the preliminary plat with a variance with the language so noted in condition 1, which follows the guidance that was provided by the Transportation Commission last October. And finally, certainly not least, you have specific guidance provided by the Parks Division regarding the proposed dedications to the Parks Division as part of the Starkweather development in a memo dated June 4th from Eric Knepp. And the Plan Commission is advised to take any action on the plat with due consideration of the points raised in Superintendent Knepp's memo. The conditions in the memo are also included in the recommendations section of the report. That concludes my overview, and I'd be happy to answer questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I realized I didn't read into the record each of these items, so I will do that. Agenda item 9, Legistar 78643, located at 3450, 3490, and 35110 Milwaukee Street. Alder District 15, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish an industrial building and 2 single-family residents. Agenda item 10, Legistar 78911, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 3420 through 3614 Milwaukee Street from agricultural to CCT district and to traditional residential varied district and to traditional residential urban 2 district and to parks and recreation district and to conservancy districts. And then agenda item 11, Legistar 78642, approving the preliminary plat of the Starkweather plat on property address at the same location. With that, we will move on to the public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. The first registrant is Helen Bradbury, Washington Avenue, representing Stonehouse Development. Helen, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person by that name in attendance.
Okay, the second registrant is Therese Hansen, Mequon Avenue, Cedarburg, in support, representing the Kubala Washakto Architects. Teresa, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Tim, are you able to pull up our presentation material? Thank you. And Chair, as I understand it, Helen may be on. I wonder if perhaps there's, she might be listed. I guess I'm understanding that she is on, but maybe there's a misspelling on the name.
Say that again. You think that Helen is on? Is that what you're saying?
That's the message I just got, that she is on.
Jesse, could you just double check? maybe what Helen could do is try signing in again.
Sure. The other name she may be under, she may be with Jillian Hayes or Jillian Bradbury.
Jillian Hayes.
Okay, we do have that person.
Okay, why don't you go ahead, Teresa, and then we'll loop back to Helen.
Okay, thank you. And then perhaps, Tim, could you scroll down to the slides regarding the special area plan? Thank you. That first green slide is perfect. So thanks, everyone. My name is Therese Hansen. I'm an architect with TKWA. I've been involved in the planning and design of the plat. I'm going to be speaking to you this evening on the alignments, as Tim had mentioned, between this plat and the recommendations for this site as adopted in the 2018 Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan. If you go to the next slide, please. The Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan recommended that most of the southern half of the property would be developed with a mix of housing types and community mixed use, and the remainder of the site would be park, open space, and stormwater. The Starkweather plat shown on the screen here is in alignment with the recommendation, as roughly 42 of those 67 acres are being zoned for open space, stormwater, or parkland, and the remaining 25 will provide a variety of housing choices are achieved through the 3 zoning types that have been listed. So that CCT mixed use zoning category shown in purple on those western lots is allowing first floor commercial or retail spaces to help support this surrounding neighborhood. The TRU2 zoning shown in orange on the 6 lots will allow for multifamily development envisioned to be both market rate and affordable. The TRV2 zoning on the 4 lots will permit townhouse and missing middle type housing, including the opportunity for affordable ownership. If you go to the next slide, please. On this slide, you'll see the Starkweather plat on the left and the Milwaukee Street Area Plan on the right. The special area plan is showing housing mix 1 in light yellow, which is single family or townhomes, housing mix 2 in orange, being those townhomes, apartments, and condos, and the community mixed use in purple. The city recommended to us that housing types TRU2, that zoning types TRU2 and TRV2 would be most consistent with the 2 housing mix recommendations that you'll see. So you'll see those shown in the same color on the Starkweather plat on the left. As shown in purple, the special area plan recommended that community mixed use would be located on the east side of the development, but the Starkweather plat has shown mixed use on the west side for the important reason that Tim had mentioned previously. You'll see noted on here, the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan recommended housing mix 1 to be roughly 2 to 3 stories, housing mix 2 to be 3 to 4, community mix use to be 3 to 5. In general, the vision for this plat, as you will see in our application materials, are such that we may be 1 story higher than each of these zoning categories, and it's really a reflectivity of the housing crisis in Madison that we're facing and the greater need of housing that is occurring now as opposed to what was understood in 2018 when the plan was created. If you go to the next slide, please, Tim. This graphic is demonstrating what Tim had mentioned earlier, that in 2018, much of the community mixed use was centered around the East Transfer Point, which has now been decommissioned. So with the closure of that, this project is suggesting a new center of gravity for the mixed use kind of development around this newly public open space, parkland, and the creek views. The next slide. So to avoid the appearance of a private exclusive development, we've prioritized connecting to the existing street grid to ensure that this new neighborhood becomes highly interconnected with the rest of Madison. While street design will occur in the future, the areas that we've devoted to streets on this plat were carefully considered to put walkability and bikeability first through short blocks, places for trees, terraces, and bike paths. We closely followed the development of the Complete Green Streets Guide as it was evolving in tandem with our project to build in those priorities here. Thank you.
Okay, then let's loop back and see if we can pick up Helen Bradbury. Okay, Helen, go ahead under Jillian's name.
Thank you so much, Liddell. I appreciate it. I was busy fixing the technology, so I'm not sure what Therese has taken you through. But I just wanted to say that Starkweather LLC, I don't know if this is mentioned, is a partnership between Stonehouse and Threshold Development. And we're pretty excited about this Voight site. What Tim didn't mention in his very thorough analysis is that we're excited to announce that we have 2 of the parcels under contract with Madison Area Community Land Trust and Habitat for Humanity to do owner-occupied affordable housing. We've been working with them and they've been very patient and we're really excited about that. We're also grateful to the Parks Department. When we first saw this site, we thought that upper northern 30 acres was a beautiful, beautiful site that's not really been used by the public in the past. And this is really an opportunity connecting it to Starkweather Creek and to really give this side of Madison a beautiful park. So we're excited about that. That's probably all. I'm available to answer questions. I'm not sure what my name is, but I am here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you, Helen. The next registrant is Erica Christensen, Broadway Street in support, wishing to speak, representing 10 by 10. Erica, you have 3 minutes.
Eric, you shows that you are unmuted and you are unmuted on our end.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Wonderful. I'm Erica Christensen. I'm a landscape architect, also on the design team with Therese, supporting the Starkweather group that Helen just talked about. Tim, would you mind bringing back up that presentation? I have a few slides I can talk to. Yep, thank you. So just kind of building on what Helen said regarding this, amazing opportunity for open space here. If we could go to the next slide, we're going to zoom back out just to quickly give an overview of the preliminary planning here. So this is a basic diagram showing kind of the site use areas. Therese just spoke to the area we're calling the built environment in this diagram, which is really the neighborhood and the plat for the development itself. And then in the green areas, there are kind of 2 distinct zones. One is along the creek, along Starkweather Creek, and the quarry pond. These are really valuable natural areas, much lower, closer to a floodplain, that are going to receive sort of a lighter touch. And then the darker green areas they're calling the new public park are these amenities that Helen also spoke to in terms of our future proposed activities. So if we could go to the next slide, there's a little bit more information. We're going to start down in the development itself. So highlighted here are just a couple examples of some of the open space that will be in the outlots as a part of this plat application. This is all, within the development itself, strategically located to tie into the larger open space around the edges and connect to the walkable development itself and around into the city context. So some example pictures of what these are planned to be: community gardens, a small community play area, and some passive green spaces that also host stormwater storage and treatment basins. So these areas, along with others that aren't called out here, are a part of a stormwater network that will treat all of the new development runoff prior to making its way to the creek. So if we could go to the next slide. We wanted to end talking about open space with this larger area that's been mentioned a couple times here. So in alignment with the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan, that southwest corner there will be the future connection, an extension of Garver Park as it crosses Milwaukee Street. It's kind of a narrow area along Starkweather. And then again, in preliminary conversations with the Parks Department, engineering, and the community, we've heard a lot of interest in providing additional trail network, but also balancing it with this valuable wildlife habitat and making sure that there's an opportunity to preserve that. In addition, we've also heard that there is interest in some picnicking areas, play, maybe a larger community draw here that fills in the network of the park system in this neighborhood. So
Erica, that concludes your 3 minutes. Thank you.
thank you.
The next registrant is Rich Arneson, in support, East Washington Avenue, available to answer questions representing Stonehouse Development. Next registrant is Jillian Hayes, East Washington Avenue, in support, available to answer questions representing Stonehouse Development, and Tyler Krupp, in support, available to answer questions representing the Threshold Development Group. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. This might be for Helen. I'm not sure. I'm interested in. I realize it's early in this process, but I'm interested in your vision for the CCT areas and what types of businesses you might be pursuing. Although I recognize that you might not even be the developer for particular portions of this, but I wondered if you could just briefly describe your vision, because this is going to be a lot of people living in this new area.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'm Helen Bradbury. We don't have, you're correct, we do not have anything designed. We haven't started negotiating with any particular retailers, but the dream is to have service retail, to have coffee shops, to have yoga studios, to have hair salons, that kind of stuff. As much as we can make this, the whole vision was to make this walkable, a new neighborhood, a walkable neighborhood. So we would like that kind of small service-oriented retail.
Would there be any space large enough for a small grocery potentially?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
Not saying it's not possible, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
Right. As someone who lives in a walkable neighborhood, I find that to be a key component. But thanks for taking a stab at it this early in the process.
Are there any further questions for any of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, is there a motion? Commissioner Solheim.
I will move that the Plan Commission find the standards for demolition permits are met and approve the demolition of the buildings at 3450, 3490, and 3510 Milwaukee Street.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Heck. Commissioner Solheim, did you wish to speak to your motion?
I will at the end.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, input? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. Next is the ordinance change, agenda item 10. Is there a motion? Commissioner Solheim.
I move that the Plan Commission forward the zoning map amendment, rezoning 3420 to 3614 Milwaukee Street from Temp A to TRV2, TRU2, CCT, PR, and CN with a recommendation of approval. Subject to the conditions of the staff report, including the waiver of the complete green streets and the additional information in the Parks memo.
Very good. Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Heck. Commissioner Solheim, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Sure. I'll just say I greatly appreciate all of the work that the development team has done to get to this point. I know they have a long ways to go, but this has been a parcel that's obviously been on everyone's radar for a long time. I was very excited to see 2 local developers who are already invested in our community taking it on. I think that the plat really aligns well with the community plan, and the shift in the CCT makes a lot of sense. And I look forward to seeing that Starkweather Creek frontage really being utilized by the folks that live there and folks in the neighborhood.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Any other input, comments before we come to a vote? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. And then agenda item 11, approving the preliminary plat. Is there a motion? Commissioner Solheim.
I will move that the Plan Commission for the preliminary plat for the Starkweather plat to the council with a recommendation of approval, also subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Thank you. Seconded by Alderfield. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Solheim?
I also forgot to shout out, I love the habitat and community land trust component.
Yes.
I forgot to say that before. Thank you.
Yes, I agree. Anything else before we come to a vote? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on then, agenda items 12 through 15 are related and will be considered as one public hearing. Following the public hearing, the Plan Commission shall make separate findings and motions on each agenda item. Agenda item 12, Legistar 81923, located at 506 through 518 East Wilson Street, Alder, District 6, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish 5 commercial buildings. Agenda item 13, Legistar 82903, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinance to change the zoning of properties at the same location. And 134 to 150 South Blair Street from Planned Development District to Urban Mixed Use District. Agenda item 14, Legistar 81925, revised 506 through 518 East Wilson and 134 through 148 South Blair Street. Consideration of conditional uses in the proposed urban mixed use district for new buildings greater than 20,000 square feet and more than 4 stories. Consideration of a conditional use in the UMX district for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 8 units, and consideration of a conditional use per section 28.137 paren 2 paren E of the zoning code for a planned multi-use site exceeding 40,000 square feet of floor area containing a hotel, all to allow construction of a 6-story 100-room hotel on East Wilson Street and an 8-story 178-unit apartment building and structured parking on South Blair Street. First, we will hear again from Tim Parks. Tim.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Briefly, the proposals before you, items 12 through 15, which would most easily be characterized as the Essen House redevelopment, as the site is most commonly known, seek to demolish 5 buildings on the East Wilson Street facade, located in the East Wilson Street National Register Historic District, divide most of the roughly 1.5 acre site into 2 lots, and then develop the resulting lots on East Wilson Street with a 6-story 100-room hotel, and on the South Blair Street frontage, most of which is currently the parking lot for the Comeback Inn, Essen House, Up North, Hotel Ruby Marie complex. Develop an 8-story 178-unit apartment building. In general, planning staff believes that the Plan Commission can find that the proposed development meets the many standards for approval. Regarding the demolition, staff believes that the demolitions along East Wilson Street do meet the demolition permit standards. The project was reviewed by the Landmarks Commission in September 2023, And the Landmarks Commission made findings as noted in both the staff report and the attached Landmarks Commission report of September 18th, 2023. An integral part of the proposal that's before the Plan Commission tonight is the preservation of the comeback in facade at 506 East Wilson Street, as well as the facade of the two-story building at 518 East Wilson Street, which the Landmarks Commission noted as being perhaps the most significant of those structures in the National Register Historic District. Staff believes that the deconstruction, preservation, and reconstruction, give or take, of those two facades as part of the hotel street-facing facade are very important in the Plan Commission's ability to find the demolition standards met. We believe that the rezoning of the site out of PD zoning, which is kind of a remnant of the old zoning code where you couldn't do mixed-use developments as easily in conventional zoning, and the proposals that date back 30 years for this site were only possible in the old PUD district, which got carried into the PD district in 2013. That zoning out of PD to UMX to allow the development to occur in conventional zoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and downtown plan. Further, that the conditional uses to develop the two buildings can be found met, or the standards for conditional uses, I should say, can be found to be met, noting the Landmarks Commission's review of the apartment building on Blair Street, which is in the First Settlement Local Historic District, that they have granted certificates of appropriateness for both that development as well as the land division that's before the Plan Commission. They do not have purview, however, over the Wilson Street frontage because it is only in a national district, not in a local district. The Urban Design Commission has recommended initial approval of the project and would like to see the project back on final approval, subject to the conditions that are enumerated under the Urban Design Commission section being met, and as verified by the UDC before any final approval would be granted. Also of note with the project, this is a project that will be using a relatively new provision in the downtown height section of the zoning code that allows for buildings that will meet the height in feet, but propose more stories than what the downtown height map would otherwise allow, that provided that 50% of the additional floor area made possible on the additional stories is set aside for affordable housing for tenants making 60% or less of area median income. The applicant has provided an addendum to their letter of intent, which is attached to the materials for the land use requests before the Plan Commission, that provides a little additional detail regarding how they arrived at 39 that the Plan Commission should take note of. Staff supports the inclusion of the additional height due to the inclusion of the affordable units. We'll note, however, that there's some fine tuning and additional details that will have to be worked out, most especially a land use restriction agreement that's specified in the zoning code that will restrict the units for up to 30 years, make them affordable for up to 30 years. And during the land use restriction agreement process, we will verify that the square footage requirement is met, as well as effectively codify the provisions that will apply to the development in exchange for the additional story height. And again, noting that there is additional height at the rear of the building, where it is limited to 3 stories and 46 feet, that there's additional height proposed there at the rear of the 4th story of the building, as well as all of the 7th and 8th floors would qualify for that provision in the zoning code. And I will note that the Plan Commission will see that land use restriction agreement once it finally enters the legislative process and before it's reviewed by the Finance Committee and the Common Council. And last and certainly not least, the 2-lot land division, which redivides most of the property into the 2 lots for the proposed buildings. Staff feels that the project merits approval. It may ultimately be the project that the planning department has advised so many to build on the site, but yet so few have been willing to do so, with a 2 or more building approach to the site, given its unique configuration surrounding Hotel Ruby Marie and the 2 prominent downtown street frontages. So staff very much feels that the project meets the standards for approval, and I'd be happy to answer questions following the public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, our first registrant is Brian Munson, East Lakeside Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing JCAP Real Estate, Barstow Street, Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
Excuse me, Chair, may I jump in for a procedural question?
Please.
I'm sorry. There were 2 registrants for that last item, number 11, who were registered in opposition wishing to speak. And I just wanted to interject because at least one of them is still on the line. I see here, maybe they both are, Jeannie Kramer and Lance Green. Sorry that we missed that one.
Yeah, I totally did not see those. We should probably loop back and at least, hear from them. And if necessary, a Plan Commission member could move reconsideration. If the input that we hear generates that need or desire. So could you please read those in for speaking, Bill?
Yes. So the first one was Jeannie Kramer, 133 North Fair Oaks, registered in opposition, wishing to speak.
Jeannie, you have 3 minutes, and I'm sorry we missed you.
Jeannie, you should see a prompt to unmute. I have attempted to unmute you on our side. Maybe behind another window, but there should be a prompt asking you to unmute yourself.
Maybe we could pick up the other person while Jeannie is trying to work out the technological issue. Bill, who's the next person?
Yeah, the next person was Lance Green of 186 Dixon Street, registered in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see a Lance Green, but I see a number of greens. If Lance is one of those, could you raise your hand so we can select you and allow you to speak? Again, if Lance Green is in attendance, please raise your hand and I can unmute you and allow you to speak.
So are you seeing anybody, Jesse?
No, no one has raised their hands. And
Okay,
yeah.
so let's try again with Jeannie Kramer.
All right. You're unmuted, Jeannie, if you can, yep.
Okay.
You're unmuted.
Okay, Jeannie, you have 3 minutes.
It's showing you as unmuted in Zoom, but you may have a mute on your headset or on your microphone. Oh, now you're muted again. Let's try that. Try that again. Okay, it's showing you as unmuted, but we're not hearing anything if you're speaking. It appears that there's the issue with the microphone. Yeah, it's showing as you muting and unmuting, but we can't hear you. We do have someone that raised their hand with a name Green. Maybe we can Jeannie, yeah, we can't hear you. Chair, should we suggest that they leave and come back, and then we can see if we can speak to the next registrant?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Jeannie, my best suggestion is that to exit the meeting and then come back in the way that you did. Sometimes that fixes this issue.
Hello? Hello?
Lance Green? Lance?
Yes. My wife and I have our names reversed. I hope that isn't confusing. But I just wanted to comment. We had considerable trouble logging in tonight. If we were following the instructions we were given at the time of registration, they didn't work. And so we actually had to log in through a Zoom account. I don't know if this is affecting other people or not, but I know of at least 6 of us for which that was the problem.
Okay, thank you for letting us know, and maybe our technical facilitator can look into that going forward. So,
Sorry,
Lance,
Chair.
yes?
Sorry to keep interrupting, but just to make sure we do this properly, point of order. I believe since the public hearing was closed, we need to reconsider and have a unanimous consent to reopen the hearing. And then
this is
to let
on
them speak.
Agenda item 11, correct? Not
Correct.
9 and 10.
I
That
think
they registered?
only agenda item 11 is
Okay.
correct.
Okay. So with unanimous consent, we will reopen the public hearing on that, reopen the item. Is that okay with everybody? Yes. Okay. Okay. Anything else we need to do technically, Bill, to make it,
I think, Chair, if I may, it would be appropriate for the commission to move reconsideration of item 11, then reopen the hearing for item 11, hear the testimony, and then proceed. Basically rewind to prior to Alder Solheim, or I'm sorry, Miss Solheim's.
Well, somebody had to say something.
yeah. Okay. Very
Thank
good.
you. Sorry
So-
for that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Alder Field?
Thank you, Chair. I move
Well, I
reconsider
raised my hand.
item 11, Legistar number 78642, so that we can continue the discussion with the registrants.
Very good. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Duncan. Any discussion input? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Okay, we are reconsidering the item, and I will open the public hearing on agenda item 11, 78642, approving the preliminary plat of the Starkweather plat on property addressed as 3420 through 3614 Milwaukee Street, Alder District 15.
Hello?
And we will now hear from
Hello?
Lance Green. And Lance, you have 3 minutes.
They asked me to unmute. The problem is that there are two L Greens here. There's a Lance Green and a...
Yeah, Lance, you are unmuted in your.
Lynn Green, not Lance Green.
Lance Green is the one registered
back,
and
buddy.
who we hope we are going to hear from. Is that you, Lance?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, please. Lance Green, 3 minutes.
Oh, it's not.
They should know that.
Lance, did you wish to testify on agenda item 11 about the Starkweather plat?
Hello?
Lance?
Oh, that's an intriguing thought. I think they may have renamed Lynn Green Lance Green. I don't know why.
Lance?
I'm going to look at the screen behind me and see if what they've got. They have.
Excuse me.
They have
not Lance
Lynn
Green.
Green on the.
I don't think this is the person who registered. Okay, so do we have anybody registered by the name of Lance Green? Jesse?
We do not, other than that person that raised their hand when we asked if there was a Lance
Okay.
Green and then confirmed
Okay.
that was Lance
Okay, then
earlier.
apparently we don't.
Yeah.
So we have reopened the hearing. I will close the public hearing on agenda item
Chair.
11.
I think Jeannie Kramer is raising their hand.
And she's okay, then I
Yeah.
won't close it. And Jeannie
There.
Kramer, let's see if we can hear from you.
Okay, Jeannie, you are unmuted, and it shows that you are unmuted on your end as well.
So Jeannie, you have 3 minutes.
We cannot hear you. So it appears that your issue is beyond what we can assist right now.
I'm sorry, Jeannie, but we cannot hear you and we really need to move on. Okay. I'm sorry, but I think we do need to go ahead since that doesn't seem to be working. So again, I will close the public hearing. We do need then a motion again on agenda item 11.
Chair, there is another person that is now in the meeting under the name Lance Green. But we have 2 Lance Greens right now, so I'm going to unmute. Or actually, if Lance Green could raise their hand, that would be helpful. If yeah, there we go.
Okay, with consent of the body, we will reopen the public hearing. Okay, Lance Green, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I'm here in the neighborhood nearby the Voigt property. I've been here for 40 years in my home, and I'm also the chair of the Friends of Starkweather Creek. But I'm not speaking on behalf of the organization. First, I want to say some very positive things about this proposal. I really appreciate the green corridor now along the creek and the lands that will the uplands that will help support life in the wetlands and so forth. That is really a good a wonderful thing from our view. I appreciate the mixed use piece being moved over to the southwest corner, and that parking lot. I guess that's going to be a public use and along the bike path there. And that's really going to be a great extension of the bike path ending now on Milwaukee Street and carrying on through, and really enhance a lot of people's appreciation of the creek. I like it looks like a lot of really good stormwater plans have been done to protect the creek, and I'm just hopeful that this massive amount of construction is not going to put a lot of silt into the creek, and there'll be a lot of control of that. I understand that the portion of Starkweather Conservation Park that was bought under Knowles Nelson had to be turned back and put into use because of the nature of the layout of the land there. But again, I'm hoping a lot of people will be able to use the conservation park now on the north side. What I'm opposed to is that there are 3 outlets to Milwaukee Street. It seems that I travel that almost every day, and the traffic there is just really crazy in those first couple blocks of Atwood, especially since Amazon has gotten there. And with 1,100 units, there's going to be an awful lot of traffic going through there. But on the other hand, I am also opposed to extending Chicago Avenue over the creek, and because not only the impacts on the creek, but it's going to have to force out 1 or probably 2 homeowners on the other side of the creek. There was discussion of a pedestrian bike path that would maybe have less impact on the people who live there, but it also appears that the new development on Fair Oaks is now not leaving any room in between that and the households for even a bike path. So I'm a little concerned about this, and that's the only reason I'm opposing it, is those 2 reasons, that the too much traffic on Milwaukee Street, turning and stopping and everything there. It's going to be really tough, and it's not that wide. And again, I don't think we should extend Chicago, or now I guess it's Leon, over the creek. So that's really what I had to have. And thank you for taking the time to listen.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of Lance? Seeing no raised hands, I will again close the public hearing. Are there any follow-up questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, we do need a motion. Commissioner Solheim.
I will move approval of the preliminary plat of the Starkweather plat on property at 3420 to 3614 Milwaukee Street, subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Thank you. Seconded by Alderfield. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner? Okay. We will, is there anyone who wishes to speak to this motion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Okay. Now, looping back to agenda item 12, and we are at listening to registrants. And our first registrant is Brian Munson, East Lakeside Street, representing JCAP Real Estate. Brian, you have 3 minutes.
Well, good evening. Glad to be back here tonight on behalf of JCAP Real Estate to discuss a proposal for another complicated project with a long history of redevelopment discussions. If you could pull up, Tim, if you could pull up the presentation and go to page 2, that would be appreciated. While he's doing that, so just to get things started, the project's located on the highly visible corner of Blair and Wilson, and quite honestly, it's been in the conversation for almost 2 decades. As multiple projects have tried to find the balance between the adopted plans, if you could pull those up, that'd be great, which call for 3 to 6 story redevelopment on this site. Well, I'll keep going. And then the other aspect of the site is that this design is set within the context and character of the First Settlement Local Historic District, the Third Lake Ridge Local Historic District, the East Wilson Street National Historic District, a complicated parcel and redevelopment history, all combined to make a fairly straightforward, simple project. And so After more than a year of really good dialogue with Alden Rummel, city staff, neighbors, and commissions, we're glad to be here with a project that has achieved unanimous approval from the Landmarks Commission for the residential building, initial approval from UDC for the overall project, and a recommendation of approval for city staff. Through multiple rounds of design, evolution, and presentation, this project's 3-building approach delivers 178 much-needed housing units, including much more needed affordable units, and a 100-key hotel, while preserving the Hotel Ruby Marie and featuring carefully designed architectural character that responds to the context and surroundings. And so tonight, we ask for your approval to bring this exciting project one step closer to delivering much-needed housing and revitalizing a prime redevelopment site. And so, with the interest of time and due to a long agenda, I would like to turn the design discussions over to Trina Sandschafer and Joel Keppen of Kaler Slater, but would note that the full team is here and happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. And what's going on with the screen share there, Tim?
Sorry about that. There weren't any prompts to advance the slides, and so I was trying to keep up with Mr. Munson's commentary. Sorry about that.
Actually, we can't see the presentation.
No, we cannot see the presentation
It's
at
not?
all. No.
It's, oh boy, oh dear.
Otherwise, I would have had lots of prompts. Don't worry.
Okay. Oh, are you seeing
If
it
you
now?
There. Okay.
Oh, I don't know what happened. I did the exact same thing now as I thought I did 90 seconds ago, but there we are.
No problem. If you could go to page 9, I would then turn it over to Trina Sandschafer with Kaler Slater.
Okay. Trina Sandschafer, Williamson Street, Madison, Kaler Slater. Trina, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. I'd like to orient you to our site plan that has a 2-building approach. On Blair Street, you can see it's marked number 1, which is an 8-story residential building with parking. Turning the corner, item marked 5 is the existing Ruby Marie Hotel. And item 7 is the 6-story new hotel on Wilson Street. They are connected by a living street between Blair and Franklin. Next slide, please. Here you can see an aerial view of the overall development. You note the residential building to the right. The hotels, both the Ruby Marie and the new, are to the left. And this does represent the feedback from the neighborhood, Alder, Landmarks, UDC, and staff, including multiple setbacks and stepbacks throughout the process. Next slide, please. Taking into consideration all of that feedback, our goal was to be a good neighbor. And so here we are drawing your attention to the multiple stepbacks as it relates to the adjacent parcels of the townhomes adjacent to our property, as well as the respecting the circulation patterns, all received from feedback through our multiple conversations. With that, I'll turn it to my colleague as we are pooling our time. Thank you.
Okay, so Joel Copen, North Water Street, Kaler Slater.
Yep, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Next slide, please. Here are just some site elevations showing kind of this zoomed out, the site in broader context of the city. On the top, we have the Wilson Street elevation, and on the bottom, we have the Blair Street elevation, just to kind of set it up. Next slide, please. Here, we're zooming in a little bit closer to the residential building in particular on our site. We're taking a section through the building itself, on the top showing it in profile, and on the bottom we have a site section through the living street to kind of indicate the conditions between Franklin and Blair Street. Next slide, please. Here we're just zooming in, showing the setbacks and stepbacks that we worked very closely with Landmarks to achieve on the project. We're really very aware of our 2 conditions along Blair Street and also the Germania condominium adjacent to our site. Next slide, please. Here we just have the primary pedestrian ground view from the intersection. kind of showing the whole development from the pedestrian point of view. In the center, you'll notice the Ruby Marie Hotel, which is existing and will remain. On the left, you'll see our new hotel proposed in between two existing facades, which will be rebuilt. On the right-hand part of the screen, we have the residential building shown in profile, so you can see how those step backs look in 3D. Next slide, please. Here's just a straight-on shot from looking at Wilson Street and the potential to restore a thriving pedestrian experience in this location as it once was at the turn of the 20th century, when the railroad was a primary entry to the city. So we're looking at some really activating these facades on this street with the new hotels and some retail space as well as conference space, and then some streetery space in the future as well. Next slide, please. Here's just a basic breakdown of the building on Wilson Street, showing where the step backs occur to allow the existing facades to really remain proud and in profile and noticeable on that street fabric on Wilson Street. We're also responding to several datums and dimensions and scales existing in contributing buildings on the street as well. Next slide, please. We're also responding to several details that exist around in this national district, such as base expressions, lintel treatments, masonry texture, and cornice treatments. Next slide, please. This is just a ground floor plan showing how the ground floor program components really connect the living street, which is on the plan north side of the page, and then have a through access to the Wilson Street pedestrian experience as well. We're also considering programming spaces that respond directly to the historic facades existing on Wilson Street. Next slide, please. Just typical floor plan. Next slide, please. This is the residential building. And you can advance to the next slide, please. Basic breakdown of this building, we're dividing it into a base, middle, and a top. Next slide, please. Here we're showing how we're responding to historic context on Blair Street. Given the design variance we worked closely with Landmarks to achieve, we primarily are drawing from 631 Railroad Street as a primary precedent for architectural style, scale, and details. Next slide, please. This is a rendered perspective of that final design. Next slide, please. Ground floor plan showing the living street on the left-hand side of the page and Blair Street on the south side. You can see lining units and a lobby space off of Blair Street, and on the left side of the page we have amenity space lining the living street. Next slide, please. And this is the roof deck of the third floor of the multifamily building. Next slide, please. The third component of this design on this site is the living street, and we drew inspiration from many images and ideas surrounding the idea of a pedestrian experience being the primary experience of a street, not just the car or vehicular traffic. So we're really trying to respond to pedestrians' needs above all else. In particular, treatment of landscape, outdoor seating, pavement types, the absence of a curb, and scaled pedestrian experience. Next slide, please. It's just a rendered landscape plan showing the shade trees, seating areas, paving types, and landscape treatments that we're providing on that through road access. This will also be a fire lane, so certain requirements need to be met to provide that. Next slide, please. And then we're just going to end on two images of the living street itself. This is looking southwest on the site. And next slide, please. Finally, looking back towards Blair Street to the northeast. And thank you.
Thank you, Joel. The next registrant is Justin Zempardi. Support available to answer questions, 4-Year Drive, Madison. Alex Pednos, Barstow Street, Eau Claire, support available to answer questions. Marina Bolatinnikova, Williamson Street, in support available to answer questions. Are there any other registrants, Jesse or Bill? No.
I think you got them all.
Okay. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Alder Ugair.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is a question for Joel. I happen to have participated for another project in the UDC meeting that you recently attended. Just a couple of questions to restore my memory from that. Looking at, I think it was slide 19 on the hotel elevation and the preservation of the two historical facades. As I recall, and if you could verify this, this isn't merely a preservation or a likeness of those original facades. There's actually depth in those rooms behind those facades. Am I correct about that?
Yes, you're correct. We have in one of those existing facades, we have a retail space that responds directly to that historic retail storefront. And on the other one, we have a conference space for the hotel that responds to the 506 property.
And then one last question. As I recall, the UDC had some suggestions. I think it's in the conditions that are listed here that you look at creating some additional variation. I guess it would be on the west facade, which is very large, largely windowless, that may be covered up by future development at some point in time, but is going to be there with all of that massive lack of interest for a while.
Yes, we are working through some additional details to respond to those comments.
All right. Thank you, Joel. That's my questions.
Okay. Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I believe this is mentioned perhaps in the letter of intent, but I was wondering if you could describe the Living Street and how it will work for deliveries, drop-offs. It sounded like, is that where like trash pickup would come out of? Could you just confirm some of those logistics?
Yes, trash pickup for the hotel will occur off of the Living Street, since that's our only access point to the site. Most of the trash areas are contained indoors, but there will be trash service accessing that roadway for sure. And what was this? Sorry, what was the first part of your?
Well, you said trash for the hotel. Does the apartment building trash also picked up through the
Yes.
street? Okay.
Yes. There's also a hotel drop off.
Yeah, we're trying to balance getting access from the, as you said, trash pickup and deliveries, along with vehicular drop-offs. It's a one-way in from Franklin, but then allows two-way in from Blair with a turnaround before the entrance to the underground parking. So trying to balance all those vehicular movements, but at the same time create it as a pedestrian-oriented space where it kind of blurs the line between where the cars and the vehicles are intended to go intentionally to kind of create that walking space as the predominant access point.
Okay. Thank you. That answers my question.
Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. This may be for Brian Munson. I'm curious as to why we're not seeing a traffic impact analysis or transportation demand management plan yet. I see there's mention of them in the staff report that they need to be complete, but it would have been nice to see those.
Yeah, we've been working with traffic engineering to try to get the comfort level with the proposal. And I think traffic engineering has been very supportive of the configuration we're showing. It is something that's in process and will be part of the final sign-off from the TIA. The TDMP plan was submitted with the bracket and does show that this meets and exceeds the required components, predominantly based on the fact that it's a great location for access to bike, ped, and alternative transportation options in close proximity to a lot of uses. And we're really trying to design it to encourage residents to take those alternatives as much as possible. But recognizing that both hotel and residents will have cars, we are looking at that TIA, and we've had a lot of conversations with Sean Malloy about what needs to go in there, as well as how the turning movements work within the site.
Great. Thanks for letting us know that the TDM is looking good. That was my question.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders. You're muted for some reason. Can't hear you.
Okay, hopefully.
Okay, now you can. We can. Okay, good.
Thank you. So a question for the design team. I understand that it might be a little early to address this, but I understand that as part of the land use restriction agreement for affordable units, the calculation currently is showing 39 units, and I understand from the letter of intent that those will be distributed between micro units and 2-bedroom units through that range. Could you speak a little bit more to how those will be assigned across those sizes?
Yeah, so the design identifies in the plan already where those units will be and by what types. Because we wanted to be very diligent in following the guidance of the height ordinance, which calls for 50% of the square footage of the bonus floors to be set aside. So what we did is we did that calculation, and as Tim mentioned, there's a 3-story section as well as the above 6-story section that creates that need. So that's shown in the calculation. We then looked at our floor plan and tried to distribute the units by type and placement throughout the building. So they're not clustered in any one area or all on one floor, they're throughout the building. But then we designated which ones would be the affordable units so that we could then figure out and make sure that we're delivering the square footage requirements, because the ordinance talks in square footages, but of course units are delivered in unit counts. And so we wanted to double check that both the square footage being delivered and the type of units and placement was really trying to meet the intent of that ordinance and try to deliver affordable housing within the project consistent with that ordinance. So that was the process we went through. I'll admit it's a new process for me as well as for the city on that there haven't been, to my knowledge, any other projects submitted through quite yet. So we tried to hone as closely as we could to the intent of the ordinance and deliver those units that way.
Thank you. That sufficiently addresses my question.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any further questions? Seeing no raised hands, I want to loop back to the trash and deliveries. Can you please, and maybe you want to bring up the rendering, how can the trash be picked up without blocking the living street? And in regard to deliveries like Amazon or UPS or whatever, same question. How can those be handled without blocking the street? And I ask this as somebody who spends a fair amount of time in the downtown and experience multiple delivery vehicles block, and I'm concerned about South Blair Street being blocked because what tends to happen is that the delivery vehicles get as close as possible to wherever it is they want to enter. They stop, they put on their flashers and leave to deliver. So where are delivery vehicles going to be able to conveniently stop and park to not block South Blair Street or not block the living street? Do you have pull-off places, temporary parking places for them? Same concern with the trash delivery in terms of the living street.
I can answer that. So we have a wide enough street to accommodate, the pavement is wide enough to accommodate vehicles, pedestrians, bikers to pass by in general. But also we have at the hotel loading area, we actually have a loading area designated. So it's actually a lay-by lane that you can pull off into, so that any loading truck, no matter what size,
That's
doesn't pull
pulling into the garage? And you're
Nope.
At the hotel, we have a loading area in the back of the hotel. It might be best to throw up a site plan again if we could.
Yeah, Tim, if you could pull up page 19.
So you're having two-way traffic or one-way traffic?
There's one-way traffic off of Franklin, and then there's two-way off of Blair.
And how wide is that living street?
At a minimum, our total pavement area, is 25 feet as to accommodate a fire lane.
And so you're having two-way traffic and somebody pulling off to park to do deliveries?
No. If we look at Plan West here, just above the loading area, if you could point that out, Tim, of the hotel, that's a one-way up until the parking garage. The drop-off for the hotel is also used as a turnaround, a vehicular turnaround, so that no two-way traffic tries to go down the one-way.
Where's the entrance to the apartment?
Yes, right there. That's the garage entrance for parking.
So there's two, kind of to describe what you're showing on the screen here. So there's the garage entrance, which is where it switches from one-way inbound from Franklin to two-way traffic to Blair. And that's kind of 2/3 in the upper left, the entrance there. There is a lobby entrance to the hotel out to the living street, as well as a secondary entrance to the lobby of the residential out to
So the lobby to the end, you're right now pointing to the lobby for the residential? That's
Correct.
The lobby for the residential.
That's the secondary entrance to the residential. It's also where we put the package delivery room.
Okay, and so you're saying that there is space then for a couple of Amazon or UPS or whatever delivery vehicles to pull in there without blocking your living street?
Yes. It's tight intentionally. We don't want to have surplus space, but it is tight, but there is room for vehicles to pass each other if one is pulled over doing deliveries to either the hotel or to the residential, and the same for the garbage.
And the garbage, again, the garbage truck will be parked on the living street and the garbage will be wheeled out to it?
Yes.
Okay, I suggest that you really work closely with traffic engineering and to make sure that your measurements are going to work with all of that, because again, we're seeing more and more delivery vehicles simply stopping in traffic lanes, stopping in bus lanes, stopping in bike lanes to do their deliveries. Even in situations where the developments have had a space for delivery, if it's not the most convenient space, then they do that. So this looks like it could work and be convenient, but I want to make sure that there's enough space to make that happen. So please do work with staff to make sure that that's going to fly. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Any further questions of our registrants? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Are there questions of staff? Alder Rummel, did you wish to speak?
Eventually, I could speak now if you're ready. I sent you all I sent some of you a letter directly into the the formal email address, which is now posted in Legistar with my comments. And generally, I'm in support of this project. As Brian mentioned, this over 20-year process is something I personally lived through. When Judy Olson was alder, there was at least one, if not more, proposals for this parcel. Plus, this is now my second one as alder. And so I think the approach of this team figured out how to deal with all the barriers that all the previous project proposals ran into, which included how to deal with 2 historic districts and something that's not in a historic district, and having a parcel that, you know, has 3 buildings as opposed to 1 big building, which did not work. But, and then also dealing with the step backs and from the Germania condos, and, you know, those kind of questions were pretty much mostly resolved to everyone's satisfaction. I think the whole neighborhood is really quite excited that there is going to be some affordable units in this project. That was kind of like an extra bonus with the new ordinance change. And the other thing that was kind of exciting was when, after this 2 neighborhood meetings, the team listened to at least some of the residents who requested that they look at incorporating some of the historic resources into the hotel facade, and they did that. The question I think that still remains for neighbors is how the like access via or to South Franklin will work. And in my letter, I asked you to request that the transportation traffic engineering work with the developer to investigate whether, you know, the southbound part of South Franklin could be 2-way, and then create a diverter to make the rest of South Franklin 1-way, as a way that maybe helps cars circulate out of the neighborhood and back onto major arterial streets. Not a requirement, but just a request to investigate. And overall, it's been a really long process because it went through both Landmarks and UDC. And I joked at UDC, it's like having divorced parents, and they each get you for a certain weekend, and then they have different rules, and it's kind of hard to be their kid. But so the kid on South Blair Street had to think about designs that were not findable in First Settlement, and they went to a design alternative. And meanwhile, on East Wilson, with its, you know, historic facades, can we kind of recreate those? And I think they found a good solution overall. So I hope you'll support, and I hope the former Alder Chair Zellers' questions about deliveries was answered. Of course, I agree that's a big deal. And overall, I'm pretty excited, and hope that you are too.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Again, any questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, looking for a motion. Alder Solheim.
I've gotten promoted to alder twice in this.
Oh, sorry. I mean, but yeah, anyway, Commissioner Solheim.
I'll move that the Plan Commission find that the standards for demolition permits are met and approve the demolition of the 5 buildings located at 506 to 518 East Wilson Street.
Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Field. Commissioner Solheim, did you wish to speak to your motion?
I'll just add, because I can't remember if I said subject to conditions of the staff report, which included some conditions specific to demolition.
Thank you. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I'll assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next is agenda item 13, changing the zoning. Is there a motion? Commissioner Solheim.
I'll move that the Plan Commission forward the zoning map amendment to rezone 506 to 518 East Wilson Street and 134 to 148 South Blair Street from PD to UMX to the Common Council with a recommendation of approval, subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Duncan. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Solheim?
I'll just add what has been said already, that there's been a lot of attempts to redevelop this site, but I feel like this design and the collaboration with the neighborhood has been really successful, and I'm excited to see it move forward.
Thank you. Any discussion on this before we come to a vote? Comments, discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next is agenda item 14, conditional use. Commissioner Solheim.
I'll move that the Plan Commission find the standards for conditional use are met and approve construction of a 6-story, 100-room hotel and 8-story, 178-unit apartment building at 506 to 518 East Wilson Street and 134 to 148 South Blair Street, subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Seconded by Alder Duncan. Did you wish to speak to your motion?
I just wanted to know, I did not add on the condition from Alder Rimmel, just because I'm not entirely sure a partial one-way street and two-way street is appropriate here, although that can still be explored during the site plan approval process if desired.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 15, certified survey map. Commissioner Solheim.
I'll move that the Plan Commission forward the CSM for 506 to 518 East Wilson and 134 South Blair Street to the council with a recommendation of approval.
Seconded by Alder Ugair. Is there just, did you wish to speak to your motion? Is there discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. And I would like to second the commendation of the work that was done by the neighborhood and the Alder and the various city commissions and staff on this. I have lived in the downtown for quite a while, so I was very much aware of earlier proposals. So it's good to see one that is welcome. And so thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item 23, 24, 25, and 26, which are related and will be considered as one public hearing. Following the public hearing, the Plan Commission shall make separate findings and motions on each agenda item. Agenda item 23, Legistar 82950, located at 6610 through 6706 Old Sauk Road, Alder District 19, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish 2 single-family residences and a 2-family residence. Agenda item 24, Legistar 83477, substitute creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 6610 through 6706 Old Sauk Road from Suburban Residential Consistent 1 District and Suburban Residential Consistent 3 District to Traditional Residential Urban 2 District. Agenda item 25, Legistar 82972, same location. Consideration of a conditional use in the proposed Traditional Residential Urban 2 District for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 60 units, and consideration of a conditional use in the TRU2 district for outdoor recreation to allow construction of a 3-story, 138-unit apartment building with an accessory outdoor pool. Agenda item 26, Legistar 82979, approving a certified survey map of property owned by Stonehouse Development located at 6610 through 6706 Old Sauk Road. First, we will hear from Tim Parks. Tim.
Hello again. Items 23 through 26 are a request to redevelop 2 parcels at 6610 and 6706 Old Sauk Road with a 3-story, 138-unit apartment building with outdoor pool and other recreational amenities following demolition of a single-family residence at 6610 Old Sauk Road, a 2-family residence at 6612 and 6614 Old Sauk, and another single-family residence at 6706 Old Sauk. The proposed apartment building will include parking for 103 autos inside and 25 autos outside, as well as 154 bike parking stalls. And item 26 is the applicant's request to combine the underlying parcels for the proposed redevelopment. This is a multifaceted request before the Plan Commission, requesting approval of the demolition of the 3 residences on the 2 properties, which has been reviewed by the Landmarks Commission, and they have found that none of the 3 principal residences have historic value, and staff similarly believes that the standards for demolition approvals can be met. The second request before the Plan Commission is the request to rezone the property to TRU2. And this one will require the Plan Commission to make specific findings given some language that was included in the December 2023 updates to the comprehensive plan. As noted throughout the staff report, the site is recommended on the generalized future land use maps for low, medium residential, LMR. And typically, low, medium residential development is small lot, single family homes up through small apartment buildings. However, the table on page 20 of the growth framework in the comprehensive plan notes that large and courtyard multifamily buildings may be considered appropriate in certain select conditions at densities up to 70 units an acre and in buildings up to 4 stories tall. There are a number of select conditions noted that were included in the December 5th updates to the comprehensive plan, again adopted at the end of 2023. Those include natural features, relationship between proposed buildings and their surroundings, lot and block characteristics, access to urban services, transit, arterial streets, parks, and amenities. And so staff went through in detail in the staff report how this project fits with those different select conditions, noting that it is not staff's opinion that all of those select conditions need to be present in order for a large or courtyard multifamily building to be considered consistent in the low medium residential zoning, or not zoning category, land use category in the comprehensive plan. So staff has reviewed it, and we believe that the Plan Commission may find that the select conditions are met. Of note, the 2 things that we feel are most consequential to that finding would be the building's placement on a 3.75 acre site along Old Sauk Road, which is a minor arterial, according to the Madison Metropolitan Planning Organization, the regional transportation planning body. Although we acknowledge that you'll hear a lot of comments during the public testimony tonight, which have a differing opinion about whether Old Sauk Road is adequately up to the task. We also believe, while not located along the bus rapid transit route, the site does have 7-day service on Route R in both directions at least 30-minute headways. So there is relatively frequent bus service on the minor arterial roadway. It's in an established residential neighborhood. By and large, the residential area grew up around the subject site, which was a remnant of one of the farms that comprised some of the surrounding subdivisions. And so in terms of the ability to connect with surrounding development, that's really not present. We don't feel that there are natural features on the site that would preclude the establishment of the building. We admit that there's not great basis to go on in terms of what natural features mean, but we do believe that it could be determined that topographic features that we typically identify in our planning documents and that the Capital Area Regional Planning Commission usually moves to protect in environmental corridors would be maybe those natural features that we would want to consider in these cases. Those would include waterways, wetlands, floodplains, areas of steep slope, none of which are present on the site. And then ultimately, we also believe that while it's in an area that is very auto-oriented right now, and automobiles, transit, and bicycles would be the primary means of reaching neighborhood serving uses, that we feel that there is potential in the nearby area in the future that those uses could be introduced, in particular closer to Gammon Road, although again acknowledging that those are not immediately present now. Also noting that there may be some concerns shared during the public testimony tonight, and certainly have been shared in the many public comments that have been received on this project going back many months, that there is an incomplete sidewalk network along Old Sauk Road. But staff will note that the Traffic Engineering Division is noting that if the project does go forward, that they will have to provide a crossing at San Juan Trail that will include rapid flashing beacons, a pedestrian refuge island, and a continental crosswalk, which for those wondering what a continental crosswalk is, those are the thick stripes that are parallel to the traffic lanes. They're more visible than a standard white bar crosswalk that would extend perpendicular to the travel lanes. So those thick, white, wider bars that you see particularly downtown and at more prominent intersections, that would be the sort of painted crosswalk that we would be talking about here if the project were approved per the traffic engineering comments. So on balance, staff believes that the Plan Commission may find that the request to rezone the property can meet the standards. We'd also believe that, on balance, the conditional use standards can be met. There has been a lot of correspondence, in particular about the project's potential impacts on surrounding properties as it relates to stormwater management and flooding. There have been a number of public comments received specific to that. There have been 2 versions of the stormwater management plan prepared by the development team, which have received public comment specifically. I would also note for the Plan Commission's benefit, a 4-page memo from Assistant City Engineer Greg Fries, dated May 31st, that provides a review of the initial stormwater management plan for conformance with city ordinances. I'll also note that Assistant City Engineer Fries is with us here tonight as staff and will be able to answer questions later in the hearing. But in general, the Plan Commission should give consideration to the public comments that it hears tonight. And following the public hearing, staff believes that in general, a project that will comply with Chapter 37 of MGO would meet the standards as it pertains to drainage in Standard 6, as well as public health, safety, and general welfare in Standard 1. And last and not least, that we believe that the standards and criteria for the land division can be met, noting that we have a large large number of recommended conditions of approval should the Plan Commission find that the standards can be met for the 4 requests before it. And with that, I'll conclude, and I am available to answer questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. We do have quite a few registrants tonight, and I will ask Bill and Jesse to make sure that we capture everybody once, but not twice or 3 times. So the first registrant that we have is Helen Bradbury, then Doug Hirsch, then Wade Weiser. And I do believe that they want to pool their time, but I want confirmation from Helen. Helen, were you looking to pool your time for a total of 9 minutes?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And I believe you were going to go first?
I am.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Tim, if you could bring up the slideshow. First, this is a development that is primarily led by Stonehouse Development, but we are working with New Madison Development as a partner. Next. And what I want to do in my minute is tell you what really attracted us to this site. So that we've called development characteristics. As probably most of you know, it's rare to find a site this size in in Madison. So we thought that was an opportunity. It's currently as Tim mentioned, it's a farm remnant. It's currently assessed, for example, at $1 million. And once our project is finished, it'll be closer to $28 million in assessment. We also saw that the comprehensive plan, while it was low to medium residential, it identified Old Sauk as an arterial road and said that somewhere between 30 and 70 units per acre could be possible. The bus stops, as Tim mentioned, is extremely important to us. The schools, direct access to the bike network. And just to remind you all that, again, we're experienced local developers and we intend to manage this property as we do all the Stonehouse Development properties for the long haul. It's currently 138 units, and that's a size that allows us to have full-time management and full-time maintenance personnel on staff. Because of the size of the site and our footprint in the courtyard and the way that it's lined up, we were able to greatly exceed the setbacks from the neighboring properties. So that's also mentioned in your staff report. And our architect, Doug Hirsch from Potter Lawson, will go through that with you in more detail. And then it's just, listening to the neighbors, this is a very desirable area of Madison, and renters don't all want to live downtown. So this is an area that attracts many people, and there's not a lot of opportunities for them. Next. Also, there's been a lot of talk about this being the only. There is another example of a larger and taller multifamily project in the neighborhood that's been very successful for the last 25 years. Next. And contiguous to us is Settlers Woods, which is as tall with the pitched roof and the raised garages as our building, in some cases even taller. Next. In terms of history with working with the neighbors, we had our first initial neighborhood meeting back in October, I believe, and we had initially proposed 4 stories at 175 units, which was below the 70 units per acre, and our parking ratio was 1-to-1, so it was 47 units per acre. That was not well received in the neighborhood, and a comment that we got frequently was, it's too tall. So we went back and basically just took an entire floor off. So it's 3 stories and 138 units, but we kept pretty much the same parking. So that increased our parking ratio. We heard from neighbors a concern that people will park in the streets and cut through backyards to get to the thing. That's not been our experience anywhere we've built. And this will be our 16th property in Madison. Stormwater management will be discussed by Wade Weiser, our engineer. Okay, the other thing we did is we reduced the driveway and the pavement to increase our impervious or decrease our impervious surfaces, and you'll see that with Wade's presentation. Increased green space and added some fencing because some of the neighbors were concerned that our drive would impact their houses, the lights from the cars and whatnot. So we added a 6-foot privacy fence pretty much all along the southern border of the property. Thank you. Next. Okay, I will now turn it over to Doug Hirsch from Potter Larson, our architect.
Doug? Doug Hirsch?
Okay, I should be unmuted.
Yes, you're on.
Hi, good evening. This is Doug Hirsch. I'm an architect with Potter Lawson, part of the team working on the design for the project. This slide shows you the existing site with Old Sauk towards the bottom, San Juan Trail, and then the neighboring properties around the 2 sites. And the next slide, please. This is the site plan for the project, and like Tim and Helen said, we've moved the building to the center of the site. We've broken up the building into 3 wings, and then the majority of the building is down the center, sort of pushed away from the neighbors to gain larger setbacks. And this created 4 courtyard areas, 2 on the street side and then 2 towards the back of the property. Those are green roofs in the front with parking below, and then the amenities for the residents are in the back. Like Helen said, there's a fence that's shown on the plan here to help screen the properties. We've got a dog run on the northeast corner. We've sort of graphically shown the solar panels that will go up on the roof. The other thing that is shown on the site plan is the crosswalk that Tim mentioned, and it's located near our front door and the main entry in the center of the site to help people get to the bus stops, which are on both sides of the street, and to help the whole neighborhood sort of get to the other side of the street, since the sidewalk along the north side of Old Sauk Road does not continue down the street. The other thing to draw your attention to is we do have loading and visitor stalls on the surface. So that takes place with that one access drive to the building. The next slide, please. It just calls out some of the setbacks. The main setback to the east is about 73 feet to the property line. In the rear, it's between 65 to 81 feet, and then to the west is between 56 and 81 feet. The next slide shows an aerial view down Old Sauk Trails. I'm showing the 3 wings. We really wanted to break up the building as it marches down the street so that it's not a large wall. And then the courtyards, the 2 courtyards are shown, which are approximately 86 feet back from the road. This also shows kind of the varying roof heights to break up the building. The next slide shows the center sort of access point, pedestrian access. The exterior design takes cues from the neighborhood, you know, with the horizontal roof overhangs and step backs. And we're using classic residential materials with brick and lap siding, also with a little bit of color to add color to the building. The next slide. Another view of the center wing. We also have walk-up units at all of these wings along Old Sauk Road with low walls at the entrances. The buildings, you can see here, there's a step back on each of these wings facing Old Sauk on the 3rd floor. That also reduces the height and varies the roof heights. The flat roof is used to reduce the height of the building, also to allow for solar panels on the roof. Next slide, please. Just a view of one of the courtyards that I mentioned. That is, those are green roofs. There's parking underneath, but they're usable green roofs, and they're set back once again about 86 feet from the street. The next 2 slides, if there's questions we can go through. There's a shadow study, and then there's a list of sustainable features. But I would like Wade to be able to talk about the stormwater.
So Wade Weiser, how much time does Wade have, Bill, of the 9 minutes?
Wade has 9 seconds.
Okay. That's not much time, Wade. Talk fast.
All right, I'll be very brief. We know the site is sensitive to stormwater. We heard that at the neighborhood meeting. I think the main thing we want to point out is, as Greg mentions in his review memo, we took the rare step of listening to the neighbors, putting together a comprehensive stormwater management plan as part of this application so that it could be reviewed.
Wade, I'm sorry, but that concludes the 9 minutes allocated to the pooled time. Our next registrant is Rebecca Green, Terry Place, Madison opposed, wishing to speak. Rebecca, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm a District 13 resident and friend of Old Sauk. For over 44 years, my parents have been homeowners on Old Sauk across from the proposed development. It's where I grew up and have always regularly spent time. I vehemently oppose Stonehouse's proposal for the following reasons. Demolition is unacceptable for this 170-year-old barn that is one of the few, if only, remaining examples of such a farm in Madison. There are many examples of creative development in Madison where historic features, whether actually designated as such or simply considered unique, have been incorporated into new developments. Stonehouse's proposal is extremely oversized for the location in comparison to surrounding houses. The proposed apartment is longer than a football field, which makes it enormous and unheard of in the area. The proposal completely bypassed any consideration of smaller buildings and went straight for a totally unacceptable, very large building. Stonehouse's proposal is not aesthetically desirable and is completely uncharacteristic of surrounds. The proposal must be reviewed by the city's Urban Design Commission in order to understand compatibility with the character of the area. The proposed rezoning and conditional use is not consistent with the city's comprehensive plan or proposed West Area Plan. Old Sauk Road is only a 2-lane minor arterial. It is not a principal arterial, not close to the BRT, not in the regional corridor and growth priority area, and not in the preferred transit-oriented development area. This is a suburban area with no amenities close by. The proposed recreational facility presents major nuisance and drainage issues, with the ground being covered by concrete, area lighting, and noise from users. The proposed development represents a silent deforestation, creating conflicts with Madison's important conservation and environmental goals. The city needs to consider the detrimental environmental effects of destroying this currently highly vegetated, beautifully green property by covering it in concrete. Major stormwater issues exist and will be spoken to by other commenters. The proposal would negatively impact the health and well-being of existing residents. The development would be destroying a prime example of what makes Madison beautiful and special. In this case, a uniquely picturesque and wooded property with its 170-year-old barn, to build an obnoxiously oversized apartment that will significantly detract from the character, beauty, safety, and well-being of the neighborhood. The community in opposition to this proposal are long-term residents of the city. We deserve that the city rejects this plan rather than fast-tracking ill-conceived, obnoxiously oversized development. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next registrant is Chris Nelson. Actually, Brynolson, Mifflin Street, representing Jeff and Kathy Western. Chris, you have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank the Plan Commission and city staff for the opportunity to speak and submit comments in advance of the meeting. I am an attorney at Axley Brynolson, and I represent Jeff and Kathy Western. And Paul and Mary Umbeck. Now, the commission has read and heard about the stormwater management concerns my clients and their neighbors have regarding this project. Chuck Nahn, a professional stormwater engineer, and Professor John Norman of the University of Wisconsin-Madison Department of Soil Sciences have submitted detailed critiques of Stonehouse's proposed stormwater management concept for the site. Mr. Nahn's and Professor Norman's analysis concerns my clients and their neighbors. The site has known surface water issues. I refer the commission to Stricker's Pond watershed study, which notes that the area floods at a 50% chance storm event. This project proposes to substantially reduce the pervious surface on the site, going from 88% to 55%, to change the drainage on the site, and relies on novel, untested solutions to mitigate these stormwater concerns. According to Mr. Nahn and Professor Norman, these solutions proposed by Stonehouse will exacerbate the existing conditions. Staff notes that it's rare for a stormwater management plan to be submitted prior to the commission's consideration of a project like this. It may be rare, but here it's necessary given the stormwater concerns which are already present on site and the extent to which the Stonehouse proposal proposes to exceed the LMR limits in the comprehensive plan. The Plan Commission is not forced to proceed with rezoning and the conditional use permit without viable stormwater solutions, and I encourage the Commission to not grant these approvals until the stormwater issues are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Our next registrant is Dan Steer, San Juan Trail, Madison opposed, wishing to speak. Dan, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Most of my career was devoted to representing and advising government officials and agencies. As an attorney, I periodically represented those officials and agencies in court. In a couple rare and unfortunate occasions, I was directed by my client to make the sort of arguments that I knew had virtually no support in fact or law. But I had my marching orders and made the largely defenseless arguments to the best of my ability. Because the cases were decided by an impartial court, applying the rule of law to my virtually defenseless set of facts, I went down in defeat in those unfortunate cases. I can therefore empathize with Tim Parks, who marches to orders from on high with the tone set by Mayor Satya Rhodes Conway. So Parks claims that there is no problem with stormwater control, despite compelling evidence from engineering and scientific soils experts that there are stormwater issues of critical concern. And as reported in news earlier today, the stormwater concerns will be exacerbated by more rain in Madison as a consequence of climate change. Parks agrees that there is no building of this size or level of density in the neighborhood, but he claims that fact is of no consequence because Stonehouse provides superficial cosmetics to the building's facade. Parks concedes that there are no amenities in the vicinity of the project. Nonetheless, he considers amenities a non-issue because some amenities may be built at some time in the future, at some point on Gammon Road, somewhere near where Gammon intersects with Old Sauk Road. Parks claims that neighbors will not be substantially impaired in their use and enjoyment of the neighborhood, despite a petition signed by 279 persons in opposition to the project. And marching to those orders goes on and on and on. Like the impartial courts who rejected the specious arguments made per my marching orders, the hope of the neighborhood is that the commission will reject the absurd arguments made in the staff report. We ask the Plan Commission to use common sense to reject the staff report recommendation and decline, or at a minimum, defer approval of the proposal. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Dan. Our next registrant is Michael A. Green, Old Sauk Road, Madison opposed and wishing to speak. Michael, you have 3 minutes.
I did.
Michael?
He's on his way. We have a computer glitch here, but he's running into the
See if
computer.
they can reverse them, because now I'm screwed because I can't. Oh, thank you.
You're on.
Sorry.
Go ahead, please. 3 minutes.
No, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We're on reverse computers. We are 44-year residents of Old Sauk Road, across from the proposed development, and we are in opposition to the proposal in the city's underlying driving premise as follows. A particular objective issue with tangible risk is that of flooding for Northside residents, as experienced in the past. This risk can only be made worse by this development and climate change. We fully support their opposition and defer to its separate presentations tonight. More generally, the proposed complex is excessively massive. Its aerial size exacerbates impervious surface flooding risk. Its unbroken length is not 400 feet. Its height is appalling. From the developer's submissions, one has this side-by-side comparison for Settlers Woods, and I don't know how, do I have video at all?
If you sent something in advance.
No, it is in, okay.
No.
I have a picture here I was going to put up, but no video.
No.
Okay, well, sorry about that. In the submissions by Stonehouse, they have their nearest comparison actually is to Settlers Woods immediately to the east. And if you're to look at the side-by-side comparison, either in terms of height or length, there's really not much of a comparison. The Settlers Woods is about 100 feet long, whereas the proposals is 400 feet. Setback from the curb for Settlers Woods, 84 feet. Proposals 35. Height is less, but with a much larger setback, the apparent height is significantly less by a factor of 2 to 3 than that of the proposal. Dwelling units per acre is 14.4 versus the proposal's 36.6. R1 comparisons have been previously submitted as well. The proposed development is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan wording that newly developing LMR areas should be seamlessly integrated with surrounding development. And next major point, an alternative is needed to rental-only apartments. Owner-occupied missing middle housing offers literal and figurative investment for the owner. Permanent residency, which builds neighborhoods, supports schools, etc., but has the impediment they're not as economically attractive to developers. The apartment comparison to developers, they are consistent with the city's drive to maximize density, provide a continuing income stream, allow rate increases and profit. On the other hand, the renter is tied to a landlord. Soaring rents are highest in the nation, thus questioning affordability. Apartments don't have the advantages of missing middle housing.
Thank you, Michael. That concludes your available time. Our next registrant is Lynn Green, Old Sauk Road, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Lynn, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? You're getting
Yes.
the Green family here. So
Yes.
I'm Lynn Green, and for over 44 years have lived on Old Sauk Road, been a homeowner. I've also served for 17 years as the director of Dane County Human Services and have substantial expertise in local housing issues. I'm vehemently opposed to Stonehouse's proposal. While recommending approval, a careful reading of the city's staff report issued on Friday brings to light massive concerns. On page 5 of the staff report, the project site is noted as not located within the boundaries of any adopted neighborhood, subarea, or area plan. Before acting on this proposal, as a result, I recommend that the city wait for the West Area Plan, which has been worked on very hard and is near completion. As noted, the number of parking stalls is not enough for residents and visitors and would lead to overflow parking issues. Starting on page 3 and throughout the report, there are critical zoning items referencing the need for, quote, assessments and, quote, outlet for stormwater management, which negatively impact project feasibility. On page 5, the proposed LMR development is emphatically not seamlessly integrated with its surroundings. The LMR select conditions fail the test for the proposed buildings and their surroundings, fail for lot and block characteristics, fail for street size, fail for walkability, and fail for neighborhood serving commercial businesses. The report acknowledges that the property does not have neighborhood serving commercial businesses without reasonable walking distance. On page 6, the Common Council should not approve zoning map amendments because the degradation to the neighborhood would impact community, quote, health, safety, and welfare. On pages 7 and 10, the city acknowledges that the scale, mass, and form of the proposed building will be unlike any other residential building in the surrounding area. Page 7 should include that this is a designated flood-prone area with critical stormwater issues. The report identifies pedestrian safety concerns and notes that the sidewalk network is incomplete. On page 8, the staff cherry picks which select conditions to include. They identified 2 factors as most important, but what about all the other factors? A member of the Landmarks Commission expressed regret about the demolition of the barn. State law requires that conditional use findings be based on substantial evidence. It is not. Throughout the report, the staff's findings are subjective, based on things like thinks, feels, believes, does not believe. It is critical that the Plan Commission consider all additional required project approvals, including an adequate stormwater plan, before considering the adequacy of this proposal and approving anything.
Thank you, Lynn. That concludes your available 3 minutes. The next registrant is Diane Sorensen, San Juan Trail, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Diane, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Diane Sorensen. I seem to have an echo. 1 minute. My name is Diane. Well, you tolerate the echo. My name is Diane Sorensen. I will speak on the.
Turn one of them off.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Diane Sorensen. I will speak on the city's development process and on key reasons why the Plan Commission must reject the proposal.
Diane, you faded out. I don't know if you walked away from your microphone or what, but.
All right, let me try it again.
I got muted.
You're on your computer, Dan.
My computer's off.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Trying.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Am I clear?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now you've turned off your microphone, it appears.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Diane Sorensen. I want to use my time to speak on the city's development process and on key reasons why the Plan Commission must reject or defer this proposal. In early October of last year, city planners and developers met to discuss this project in a private meeting. Developers left the meeting after being advised that due to a hitch in the comprehensive plan, their development could exceed LMR density and go up to 70 units per acre and 4 stories. Later, in a public meeting to which homeowners were invited, we came to understand that Stonehouse and city planning were aligned on the size and density of the project. We began to worry that the Plan Commission would ultimately rubber stamp this collaboration. We still worry about that. The present top-down process means that city planners are advising developers without any input from nearby residents. It wrongly implies that we have no valuable information and that our views on size and density are of no weight. The city, developers, and residents all lose in this process. On to the current proposal. It must be rejected. First, I speak to the flooding risk. According to Dr. John Norman and other experts, the project's stormwater management system is bound to fail. It's only a matter of time. The city simply cannot let this happen. Second, on select conditions. When Stonehouse was advised that it could increase project density, the preconditions for this escalation, the select conditions, were undefined. Clearly, the only way that Parks or another planner could give this advice is if they later planned to define the select conditions to make them work for Stonehouse. Maybe it's my background as a circuit court judge, but we didn't make up the law to go along with our opinions for how a case should end. In fact, the select conditions are not present. The proposed building's relationship to its surroundings is discordant. It's not 10 stories tall, but it's as long as 4 10-story buildings tipped sideways and stuck together. This in the middle of a normal residential neighborhood. Further, the site has no amenities. With regard to arterial roads and transit, this particular line is not BRT. This is not project development areas, and the road itself is already congested. Moving on to the conditional use, I specifically want to focus on the fact that 279 residents have petitioned the city to stop this development.
That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Jeff Western, St. Andrews Circle, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Jeff, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jeff Western, and I am opposed to this project. My wife Kathy and I live at 25 St. Andrews Circle in Madison. We have lived in our home for 30 years. Our property directly adjoins the proposed development site. This development has watershed, access road, vehicle traffic, pollution, noise, light, and shadowing impacts to our home, property, and environment, significantly impacting our quality of life and our use of property. Our house is less than 30 feet from the property, and our deck is only 15 feet. The proposed apartment building is only 60 feet away, closest than any other home, and the swimming pool is even closer, with no natural buffer of our home. All the current natural cover is removed and to be replaced with asphalt and concrete. There are 21 parking stalls directly facing our home and Graham's home, and an access road directly behind us as well. This means we will have traffic lights and noise just 35 feet from our bedroom and living room, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, resulting in an unbearable living condition. A major concern is flooding of our home and property. We have a double sump pump that runs when we significantly have rains, as we did the past few weeks. Our yard is properly drained, so surface water drains directly to St. Andrews Circle. What we are experiencing is water flowing underground hydrostatic pressure from the proposed development. Significant water during the storm flows underground to our underground system, resulting in our sump pumps running continuously for hours. The proposed underground tanks, approximately 20 feet from our property, would infiltrate the water, pushing the water into the soil. And that's approximately 5 feet above our level of our backyard, which will definitely result in additional water flowing underground to our property. This does not include the additional surface water generated by the reconstruction and snow piling that our property will be bearing. What is most disheartening and concerning to us is the proposed watershed plan and potential flooding it will cause, not only to our property, but many of the other properties on St. Andrews, Spyglass, Torrey Pines, as well as others. In the engineering review dated May 24th by Chuck Non PE and Professor John Norman stated, given the uncertainties that exist at this time, we ask that you defer a decision on the zoning change until further details become available regarding the proposed stormwater practices for this development. Kathy and I are not opposed to multifamily housing development on this site and have always publicly indicated our support of such. This facility is just too large for the site, negatively impacting our environment, home, and way of life.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. That concludes your available time. Our next registrant is Paul Umbeck, East Spyglass Court, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Paul, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person by that name in attendance.
Okay, thank you. Our next registrant is Sebastian Daniel, Oak Ridge Court, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Sebastian, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person by that name in attendance.
Okay. The next registrant is Ian Hopskew, Terry Place, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ian, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person by that name in attendance.
Thank you. Kathy Western, I think did we already hear from her?
Don't believe so.
Okay. Kathy Western, St. Andrews Circle, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Kathy, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you. I'm opposed to all 4 agenda items. We have lived on a small cul-de-sac of 11 homes with low medium density backing up to the Piersdorf property for 30 years. Stonehouse's inappropriate supersized rezoning change puts an urban high density massive build so close behind our fence, so close to our home that the 24/7 noise and lights would force us into living in a noisy 100% urban high-density area, not an environment that we would ever choose to live in, and one never meant to be on this property when our small neighborhoods were created. This hardly seems fair. 24/7 noise, nighttime lights, blocking of the sun, a total lack of privacy, and an absence of natural greenery would negatively change the essence of our nature-filled peaceful yard where I find joy most days and tranquility and strength during times of challenge. The yard where I happily spent my entire vacation time for many years and where the National Wildlife Federation declared it a certified wildlife habitat. An obligation to give back to the earth by planting to make up for the loss of habitat displaced by our home wherever we live has been a strong belief of mine, passed on to my children. This is in stark contrast to Stonehouse's scorched earth plan. My husband and I have been renters at various times in our lives, but always surrounded by trees and other greenery. I feel privileged to have been born in Wisconsin because of its vast natural beauty, and trees are a big part of that. Stonehouse will remove 100% of the hundreds of trees, home to many birds, leaving no natural green buffer to help shield us from the 24/7 noises from the access road right behind our fence, filled with vehicles, people, and dogs, and noise from the pool and other outdoor recreation. Nor does it buffer us from the nighttime lights and vehicle headlights pointing directly into our bedroom windows, and no trees to provide a visual buffer for privacy from the balconies of people towering over us. Removing all the trees is unfortunate and misguided on many levels. These issues greatly affect our quality of life and will curtail the use and enjoyment of our yard. Being surrounded by constant noise and lack of privacy is not what anyone who values being surrounded by the sounds of nature would want. These problems are preventable, caused by too big of a build on too little of a property. Of major concern is Stonehouse's watershed plan. By necessity, we already have 2 sump pumps about 6 feet underground that run frequently during storms, helping to keep us water free. This
Thank you,
hidden
Kathy.
underground.
That concludes your available 3 minutes. Our next registrant is Rick Mackey, Sauk Ridge Trail, Madison opposed and wishing to speak. Rick, you have 3 minutes.
Am I okay, Liddell, or am I on?
You are on.
Hey, how you doing, guys? This is Rick Mackey. I've been in real estate development in Madison for over 30 years. And I've learned after going to a million planning commissions that you follow the money. You follow the money. That'll answer all questions. So I think we got the Pierstorf family. They're going to get about $2 million if they can pass this 3-story building tonight. They could give a damn about the neighborhood. It's a money grab. It's a money grab. So they want to they do an 8-story building if they could. So as long as the density's right. So you gotta really look at the developer that's proposing the apartment buildings here. They're very reputable. Stonehouse is a quality development company with the highest respect, but they're held hostage by the sellers trying to get paid. Follow the money. Now, Yorktown Estates is 1 million miles away. Stonehouse tried to show you a 4-story building and kind of make it look like it was in the neighborhood. That's not going to work. It's not going to work. Now we got Tim Parks, who just spoke for the city. He's a city guy. Him and Matt Tucker, who I love both those guys. They don't live in this area. They don't live here. Stonehouse doesn't live here. Pierstorfs are leaving. They could care less. We need our voice heard. This should be a 2-story building. Rather than getting $2 million, the Pierstorfs should take $1.5 million and make everybody happy. But greed has entered the formula. This is all about greed. They got a $2 million deal on the table right now if Stonehouse can get 3 stories. If they can't, then they got to go to a 2-story building and only get $1.5 million. That's where we're at. And the city's trying to solve the urban sprawl and all this kind of stuff. But come on, man, listen to the neighborhood. Listen to the people that live here. We're holding the bag 5 years from now when this thing's built. Tim Parks isn't holding the bag. The Planning Commission's not holding the bag. We are. So let's get this thing through.
Thank you, Rick. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Angelique Camp, Old Middleton Road, Madison opposed and wishing to speak. Angelique, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there is no person in attendance by that name. But the Paul Umbeck that we called is now in attendance. We called a couple people ago.
Okay, let's go with him then. Paul Umbeck, you have 3 minutes.
Paul, you should be seeing a prompt to unmute. You should be unmuted on our end. It may be behind another window on your screen, but you should be seeing a prompt to unmute yourself.
Let's move on. And Paul, maybe you need to try to sign back in because we cannot hear you. You're muted. Okay, let's go to Joe Hanauer. Antietam Lane, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Joe, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person in attendance by that name.
Next is Rachel Robillard, West Oakbrook Circle, Madison, support and wishing to speak, representing 350 Wisconsin. Rachel, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, hello. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of 350 Wisconsin, and we're an organization whose primary focus is to make progress towards environmental justice and addressing the climate crisis, particularly emissions. Generally, we support density initiatives to minimize the environmental impacts of other forms of development, and in general, we support this project. I'm also speaking as someone who has owned a home nearby for 15 years. I'd like to take this opportunity to speak on this as an environmental issue, as I've heard folks opposing this development in part due to environmental concerns. And I admit that it feels counterintuitive to be promoting development on a decently wooded, mostly natural lot. Trees, of course, are our allies in drawing down and sequestering carbon and provide habitat for many species. But we're facing a reality that housing demand in Madison is not going to slow. Housing not built in the city will result in it being built on the outskirts and suburbs, or maybe built in the city, but built at even more density. It will bring development to other natural and agricultural lands while ensuring more car traffic flows into the city from those buildings, and likely down Old Sauk, because there's a bunch of open land down there. Where else do you think it will get built? All the while, not addressing the unaffordable nature of housing in our city. It puts additional demands on or completely pushes out our young folks, our workforce, and others with fixed income. We need to find density where we can, and we don't have a lot of places to put it, and to put folks as close to transportation and build more walkable neighborhoods. I believe that there are others here who would agree that we need to densify, especially for environmental reasons, but it sounds like they just don't want it in our neighborhood. The idea that a 3-story apartment building, which as some have stated are the same height as other surrounding buildings, is too much for a place a mere 15-minute drive to the center of downtown, on a bus route, a route that I on occasion personally take, that also has other transportation options is, I think, sad. I mean, what else are we supposed to do? Where are we going to find this density if we can't agree to something as simple as this? And, lastly, as many pointed out, the issue of stormwater, there are very big concerns, and I think we should continue to push on those. I don't feel qualified to say what does and does not qualify as a good stormwater plan, other than we should push for a very good one. But this gives us an opportunity to make it even better than what it currently is, because right now, the situation is not good. And this basically unimproved land isn't doing a good job to begin with. This gives us an opportunity to do better than what we currently have. I don't believe we've been bold enough in rezoning to accommodate the many housing and environmental issues Madison and our region are facing. We are not going fast enough. We need to make bolder stances to densify to reduce emissions. It's been mentioned to wait for the West Area Plan, but that's already being pressured to not dense.
That concludes your available time. Thank you. The next registrant is Richard Arneson, East Washington, support available to answer questions, representing Stonehouse. Jillian Hayes, East Washington Avenue, in support, available to answer questions, representing Stonehouse. Beth Robinson, opposed, available to answer questions. Fred Hunt, opposed, available to answer questions. Whitney Schwager, opposed. Old Sauk Road, available to answer questions. Diana Lutz, Old Sauk Road, opposed, available to answer questions. Heather Fortune, Blue Ridge Parkway, opposed, available to answer questions. Matt Hamilton, Blue Ridge Parkway, opposed, available to answer questions. Eric Welsh, Rutledge Street, Madison support available to answer questions. Corliss Karazov, St. Andrews Circle, opposed, available to answer questions. Jane Boris, Sauk Ridge Trail, opposed, available to answer questions. And we do have some more, I know, that wish to speak, that registered on agenda item 24. And there's lots of duplicates, so this is going to take a little while. Anne McGuidwin, Blue Ridge Parkway, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Anne, you have 3 minutes.
So I will speak in opposition to TRU2 zoning. Rather, I support SRV2 zoning. The staff report contends that the project doesn't have enough outdoor usable space to be zoned to anything but TRU2. But you saw the maps. There's 7,500 square feet in the front courtyards, 8,000 to 9,000 square feet in the back courtyard, about the same in the balconies and patios, and a considerable amount of green space on the west side of the building. So there is enough usable outdoor space to qualify for SRV2. There's several reasons, well, there's many reasons that you should rule in favor of suburban zoning, but I'll give you 3. 1, it's consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods. Green space is critical to the perception of fit with surroundings. 2, SRV2 is most consistent with a comprehensive plan. SRV2 is considered the primary district appropriate for both low, medium, and medium density, as compared to TRU2, which is a high-density district considered to be secondary and only somewhat appropriate for low, medium, and medium density. These are the city's words, not mine, and they speak for themselves. Third and most important is that zoning SRV2 aligns suburban development with the city's climate forward initiative. Housing density can be increased in all districts by your approval, but zoning is the only way to regulate green space. You don't need initiatives to add trees and plants in the suburbs to address climate change. They're already there. Vegetation lowers temperature, roots hold soil in place, reducing erosions, they channel rainwater down into the ground, trees and plants encourage wildlife. The suburbs provide these ecosystem services to the benefit of the entire city. Use the suburbs to increase housing, but please zone and build to be climate forward. I'd also like to speak, I registered for about the select conditions, and I'd like to use the rest of my time for that. The staff recommendation says that there are no natural features on this project that would qualify as select conditions. I disagree. Soil is a natural feature and one that's very critical for this water-sensitive property. Soil is a matrix. It has components of minerals, air, water, and organic matter. It has structure. And the water sensitivity of this site is due in large part to those natural soil features. The stormwater report concludes that the best Stonehouse can do is to match the current volume of water discharged to the neighbors for the 10-year storm. As the land sits there today, it's at a risk of flooding. Post-development, nothing has changed. And according to experts who reviewed some of their technological fixes, there's a good chance that the situation could be even worse. So please, as you consider for escalating to the medium density residential density, please consider soil as a natural feature.
Thank you, Anne. Our next registrant is John Norman, Blue Ridge Parkway, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. John, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I've studied the online stormwater plan, particularly the infiltration plan, which includes 2 very large storage basins underground with infiltration through their floors into soils with very low natural infiltration rates. These 2 basins are critical to the stormwater plan. This is a complicated project, and I believe these structures are experimental and must be built and tested before the rest of the project started. And then even if those tests initially are successful, the basins are inaccessible. Therefore, there's no assurance against eventual failure for the following reasons. The site's over layered soils with unpredictable water characteristics. The plan for the largest underground storage basin is to remove soil from the floor, mix the layers, replace the soil, then build a 400-ton concrete and stone structure, then add 700 tons more of crushed rock, potentially compacting this underlying soil. Laboratory experiments I've done on mixed textured soils show that high variability, little predictability. This is not likely to work. Another well-known problem in soils is infiltration of water-containing dissolved sodium chloride salt into the soil. This is the salt used in the winter on streets, walks, driveways, parking lots, etc. The sodium from this salt attaches to the soil, builds up until it disperses, and the soil infiltration drastically reduces. This is called a sodic soil, and it's occurred in the Madison area before. This dissolved salt goes right through the filters on the underground basins, and it'll come from the parking lot on top of those large basins, sidewalks, driveways, etc., which also drain into the large surface infiltration basin on the west side of the property, along with salt-laden runoff from Old Sauk Road, eventually causing even the surface basin infiltration to continually decrease. To my knowledge, this isn't even discussed in the plan. A third issue that infiltration basins with runoff must always deal with the possibility of sediment sealing the soil surface and slowing infiltration. The underground storage basins address this with filters that are about 80% efficient and filters that can be bypassed in large storms so that sediment could get into the basins, slowly reduce an already low infiltration rate without any possibility of remediation. I respectfully request for the Planning Commission to defer action on this zoning change and the conditional use until the above issues can be adequately addressed. It's the best way to avoid a catastrophe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Our next registrant is Gary Foster, Old Sauk Road, opposed and wishing to speak. Gary, you've got 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, please. You have.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, I'm Gary Foster, and I live on Old Sauk Road with my wife. We're about 475 feet away from where this proposed development is. And for us and our neighbors, there are many impacts, but I'd like tonight to talk about the stormwater plan. When this development was first proposed, I felt, as I do today, that the developer is trying to cram too much into this flood-prone location. It appears the developer started with a large building design and left a small amount of room for a stormwater system. And it should be the other way around. First, figure out the room needed for a solid performing stormwater design, and then design the building. And we've just learned here that there are some soil conditions that are going to be really detrimental to the plan, and I'll talk about that in a minute. I'm a civil engineer, and I spent my entire career in the paper industry as an engineer and engineering manager. And as I was involved in both designing and improving many projects, including wastewater treatment systems. The stormwater, I'm going to talk a little bit about the plan here. The stormwater design for this development, in the heart of the system are 2 underground infiltration basins that John just talked about. Both are below ground vessels with open bottom and backfilled with rock. Rainwater from the building roofs and the driveways flow to these basins. Then infiltrators seep into the ground soils. The design has an emergency overflow pipe that goes to the west property line for discharge. If these basins fill up for whatever reason with water and are not performing as designed, the full flow from the roofs and the driveways will flood onto adjacent properties. To verify the design, the developer had soil borings taken where the basins are to be located and tested for infiltration rate measured in inches per hour. It was discovered there were slow draining silt loams found where the larger basin number 1 is to be located, and with rates much less than the required 0.5 inches per hour. And this newly discovered condition will have a huge impact on the design. And the Weiser Engineering on 5/24 said in their revised report, the areas with silt loam seams that have infiltration rates of 0.13 to 0.15 inch per hour can have the infiltration rate improved to 0.5 inch per hour, which is what they need, by excavating and turning of the silt loam seams. Well, if you look at, and it's in the public comments, Greg.
Thank you, Gary. That concludes your available time. Our next registrant is Paula Winnick, St. Andrews Circle, opposed and wishing to speak. Paula, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I think I should begin by offering my thanks to Dr. Seuss, because I feel like I'm the Lorax speaking for the trees. I live at 18 St. Andrews Circle. As I sit here writing this statement from my home office, I hear at least 5 different bird species singing outside my windows. When I purchased my home in 2017, I was enticed by the natural environment which surrounded the house. I was so in love with the birds that I saw around the property, I even purchased the bird feeders the sellers already had in place. On any given day, I have 10 to 15 different species of birds singing and spending time in the trees and bushes surrounding my property and the adjoining properties. There's also a lively band of squirrels, chipmunks, possum, and wild turkeys that also visit this area regularly. Part of the reason we have such abundant bird and animal life in our area is due to the numerous large trees that provide safe places for them to nest and plenty of natural food for them, in addition to what we provide to enhance their diets. This abundance of natural bird and animal habitats will be drastically altered by the mass destruction of trees that will take place to construct the massively oversized apartment complex being proposed. The trees, beside providing habitats for the native birds and animals, also assist in preventing erosion and flooding. The new proposed complex, as has been detailed by engineers who have examined the situation, will increase the water runoff to our street and our properties. We already have major issues with water runoff during big storms. There are swampy areas on the sides of my property already. The St. Andrews cul-de-sac is filled with water after every storm, and ice is over when we have snow melts that freeze. Our sewers can barely manage the current runoff. If this development is allowed to proceed as currently planned, our water table will continue to rise in the adjoining properties. Just a block or two away, there is a natural swamp water habitat due to the already high water table. This development is likely to create another swampy habitat adjacent to it, only this time on already inhabited properties. Why should previously built properties suffer for this new property? I'm also concerned about the light pollution that will be caused by the 138 plus windows. Actually, it's more like 4 or 5 times that, given the plans we just saw tonight. The amount of light that will shine through the windows from inhabitants' lighting, televisions, computer screens, security lights, and vehicle lights as cars come and go will disrupt all of us with properties near to this complex. The constant lights will also disrupt the animal habitats and the animals' sleep patterns. Furthermore, there simply are not enough parking spaces in the plans for the development. They need to have at minimum 276 parking spaces, not the 138 or 141, whatever the number is today, being proposed. 1 parking space per unit would assume 1 adult per unit and 1 vehicle per unit. These assumptions
Thank you,
are
Paula.
woefully
That
short of
concludes your
reality.
available time. Our next registrant is Carrie Braun, St. Andrews Circle, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Carrie, you've got 3 minutes.
All right. Carrie is no longer here, but I am her husband, Bill, and we are both vehemently opposed to this project. There's not much more I can say about the complaints going forward about people complaining about what this would bring. Yes, we are next door to the Westerns. We are next door to Paula Winning, who just talked, and directly face where the parking lot would shine all the lights into our house. Is that optimal? Absolutely not. Do we expect this land to be developed? Absolutely, but not like this. This is not the place for it. It would disrupt everything around. It would disrupt traffic. It would disrupt congestion. To go to Paula's effect to say that, yeah, I go out at night and listen to the owls. That's nice. Yeah, but there are a whole lot of concerns with the water flow that comes into our area between the Western's house and our house. And that when we first bought our property in 2002, there was water damage in the northwest, or the west facing and south facing areas of the house that directly face the barn because of the elevation difference and what we had to take care of to build in an entire sump pump system to our basement, which runs quite often when it rains hard. Does anybody realize how water flows through sand? This is a very sandy area. I will discuss, the engineering and hydrostatic pressures with how water responds to sand. But if anybody's been on a beach, water doesn't care what sand is. It's going to flow how it is. And there's a lot of undeterminants to determine the extra additional water with all of that pavement that's going to be rolling down with the absence of that soil and those trees to absorb that moisture. There's going to be a lot of concerned people in this area of the circle, if not down the end of the circle, with the drainage problems and the sewage problems that we have already, with water going down, even in the wintertime with the melt. We're very concerned with that. If there's a retainer that the Stonehouse Apartments is going to throw up to say, hey, we'll pay for water damage, well, you're going to get ready for it because there's going to be additional damage with all the water that's going to be flowing off the way it is. And a lot of us are very concerned about that. We see it based on the last rainstorm that we had. With the trees down, traffic got diverted through Parkwood Hills. Okay, so Old Sauk was closed from Ozark through Old Milton Road. Hundreds of cars were diverted through Parkwood Hills in the residential areas, which disturbed that neighborhood. If we add a few additional 100 cars, bicycles, pedestrian traffic, if it's not adequately taken care of, that's the traffic we're going to see through our neighborhoods with Crestwood Elementary School right down the street. Thankfully, my kids don't go there anymore. It's been long past. But there's going to be additional congestion, traffic stops, traffic backups, and it's going to be very hard to turn on.
Thank you, Bill. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Tom Wilson, Clark Court, Madison Support, wishing to speak. Tom, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My goodness, you think we're building the Empire State Building here. I'm in support of the agenda items that would allow for the construction of multifamily housing along Old Sauk Road. Madison desperately needs more housing, a problem created by saying no to incremental development like this for far too long. You have heard and will undoubtedly continue to hear people opposed to multifamily housing repeat the same list of tired, debunked tropes about congestion, stormwater, nebulous comments about impacts to quality of life and neighborhood character. This beautiful 3-story building is absolutely appropriate for neighborhoods of this type, and it's clear that the developer has bent over backwards to accommodate the concerns of neighbors. I can't help but point out the hypocrisy of single-family homeowners with private driveways pretending to be concerned about impervious surface and tree cover when their homes and private driveways result in a per capita impervious surface that is orders of magnitude greater than the multifamily housing that is proposed here. It's absolutely laughable that a person would try to invoke climate disruption as a reason not to build multifamily housing when projects like this are some of the lowest hanging fruit that we have in mitigating climate disruption. They reduce overall car dependency and overall traffic. They have low impervious surface relative to the number of people that live there and low deforestation impacts relative to the number of people who live there. They are more efficient by nature due to their shared walls between their residences. And regarding the size of this building, 3 stories is not high density. Most of the buildings in this area are 2.5 stories as it is. That's single family housing. 3 stories is not this gaudy monstrosity that people like. This isn't the Bellagio. Like, come on. So please ignore the hyperbole, ignore the selfishness, and support these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Our next registrant is Deborah Forrestal, opposed, St. Andrews Circle. Deborah, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person in attendance by the name.
The next registrant is Jan Lehman, St. Andrews Circle, opposed and wishing to speak. Jan, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person by that name in attendance.
The next registrant is Barb Foster, Old Sauk Road, opposed and wishing to speak. Barb, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I live in Old Sauk Road, just a few lots down from the proposed development. I did not appreciate the comments that were made in the laughing gesture. In fact, I'm really glad I have a chance to speak now because I want to speak about homeownership. Being a homeowner myself, and for many, is an American dream that requires a lifetime of financial planning, ongoing hard work. It's with that dedication and determination you've earned the reward to select a home that fits your dreams of home ownership. You consider your home's neighborhood through the lens of many factors. You trust that the city's zoning that has protected against building structures that don't fit the neighborhood, as well as restricting population density that doesn't fit in that neighborhood in the past, will also protect your greatest asset in the future. We on Old Sauk Road are a community neighborhood within the city of Madison. We know we care about our neighbors. We feel a sense of pride and security in this. We have put our sense of belonging in a neighborhood. We've put our financial valuation of our home in the city's hands for protection. It's disturbing to me that our mayor is pushing her ideology and vision of solving Madison's future housing needs by increasing population densities through promoting apartments in existing neighborhoods where they do not belong, do not fit, or are not wanted. For example, and I'd like the previous speaker to understand this, the dwelling units per acre right now stand at 5. With this apartment building, the dwelling units per acre will come up to 37. In the 3.7 acre site, it is in the center of approximately 4 square miles of mainly single-family homes. The Yorktown Estates is a 2-mile trip from this location. I know that. I live here. If the city uses the little-used escalator clause to allow this existing neighborhood to set a precedent to open up the population density, opening up a Pandora's box, we lose that protection of zoning for a neighborhood. This is not an experiment. This is real life. These are tied to citizens' dreams and security of what they trusted when they entered an established neighborhood. If this 3-story apartment building does get approval and is built, it can't be taken back. The zoning protections that we felt we had are gone. An apartment building of this scope feels like a forced fit for many, many reasons on Old Sauk Road, which have been expressed many, many times. We would never have purchased our house.
Thank you, Barb. That concludes your available time.
Thank you.
The next registrant is Rita Black Radloff, Walnut Grove Drive, opposed, wishing to speak, saying she's representing Sungja Black of Spike Glass Court. Rita, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. My name is Rita Black Radloff. I live at 502 Walnut Grove Drive, and I'm representing my mom. I'm literally 2 blocks from my mom, who lives in this district and lives like 400 feet from where this is going to be built. I'm going to read the letter she wrote. She's 90 years old. She wrote this on May 10th to you, Ladella, as the chair of the commission. Please respectfully consider my objections and those of my neighbors as you and all commission members ponder the Stonehouse development. I registered tonight because of the fact that you added this changing in zoning, which is item number 24, 83477. This letter my mother wrote was in registration for 82950, 82979, which is agenda items 23, 25, and 26. So the change in zoning seemed a little off-putting when the agenda was first established, when this email my mom wrote was sent. While we support reasonable common sense development, all parcels in the city of Madison, each neighborhood has its appeal, and we move to them based on the condition attracted to us at the time. And somebody, I think the developer at the very beginning said Yorktown Estates, as the woman just before spoke, it's 2 miles away from this area. So to compare it to this one is ridiculous. And the laugher that was just before Barb Foster, another kind of contemporaneous recommendation for me, is the fact that you're laughing and you're supporting something, but you don't even live in this neighborhood, sir. The Old Sauk parcels are up for redevelopment. That's what we've been talking about tonight. We've been waiting almost 5 hours to speak and should reflect the vibe of the neighborhood, not an apartment building that will tower over the other houses adjacent and bring potentially. We keep talking about units. It's 300 to 500 people. And we're talking about cars. That's about 300 cars. We are strongly opposed to Stonehouse's unreasonable 3-story proposal. 4-story the first time in October when they recommended it. Whacked it down because they thought this would work with the zoning trick. Because they lack any foundation or respect for land use, this low-density neighborhood, and environmental common sense. Stonehouse development is a good neighbor in other places, but this is not a neighborhood where this is a good project. Major objection to the project they talked about is substantial flooding. We are in climate change. Whether or not you want to just argue the fact that density fights climate change, we're talking about real people with real homes that are flooding. They do not want their homes to flood while we decide whether this is going to be a normal storm drain. It's going to be disaster. We just had it 2 days ago on my street, 2 blocks from this development. There's 4 or 5 trees that fell down just from the rain, just the rain. The building would establish a wall 40 feet high. Talking about two-story homes, and this thing is going to be like literally a story higher than any home right next to it. And extend down Old Sauk Road. It's going to be 19 times larger than the apartment building next door. This lacks the setbacks that make all the nearby properties, including multifamily properties and the entire existing neighborhood, so attractive and cohesive. The project would subject the neighborhood to noise and light pollution. The pool, the hot tub, the sauna, the gentleman that spoke.
Thank you, Rita. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Ruth Nair, Mount Rainier Lane, opposed, available to answer questions. Some of these may be repeats, sorry. Beth Robinson, Spyglass Court, opposed, available to answer questions. Joy Bucklow, opposed, available to answer questions. Thomas and Kathleen Stark, Saukwood Trail, opposed, available to answer questions. Greg Keller, San Juan Trail, opposed, available to answer questions. Fred Hunt, Old Sauk Road, opposed, available to answer questions. Whitney Schnager, Old Sauk Road, opposed, available to answer questions. Diane Lutz, opposed, available to answer questions. Gary Pack, opposed, available to answer questions. Heather Fortune, opposed, available to answer questions. Matthew Hamilton, opposed, available to answer questions. Joseph Madeira, opposed, available to answer questions. Eric Welsh, support, available to answer questions. Corliss and Bill Karsov, opposed, available to answer questions. Cheng Wu, Donatil Drive, support, available to answer questions. Emma McLavy, York Street, support, available to answer questions. Jane Vorks, Sauk Ridge Trail, opposed, available to answer questions.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
For item 24, I had 2 additional speakers wanting to speak.
And who is that?
That's Rita Black Radloff and G.S. Sund. And
we just heard from Rita.
Oh, sorry, I didn't check that one off. G.S. Sund. And then Jan Lehman. Previously called that name, and there's nobody registered by that name, but just got an email from them that they are present.
Okay, so
and wanting to speak.
Jan Lehman. Is that what you're saying?
Jan Lehman, yes.
One more, and anybody else?
G.S. Sund.
Okay.
And then there are. And
then on number 25, we've got a few too.
Right. Yep.
Okay, I've got
Thank
those.
you. Thank you.
Also, I suspect that we do have Paul Umbeck that we tried before, but we weren't able to hear from the microphone.
Okay, let's do the two that Bill mentioned and then try Paul again.
Did you get those, Jesse?
Yep, I'm just trying to track down a couple numbers here because I don't see names, but we've got some new phone numbers that came up. So you just bear with me just a second. Yep, okay. All right. There you go. Go ahead, Jan.
This is Jan Lehman. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Super, thank you. I've been a resident, and so has my husband, of Madison since 1962. We absolutely love Madison, everything about it. Our city, our diversity, our culture, the college campus, the lakes, everything and more. In 1985, we purchased our lot on St. Andrews Circle and built our first home, our only home actually, which was in our vicinity of our families and our growing up. This location has been perfect and the school district fantastic. We're close to our church as well. Today, our quiet, beautiful residential neighborhood is threatened by the proposed project on Old Sauk Road. If approved, gone will be the lovely green space we see from our backyard, and with it will come the threat of flooding, severe flooding, and watershed issues, increased traffic on Old Sauk Road, noise, and light pollution. We run a sump pump in the basement now and worry this development will increase that need greatly and may even cause us to need additional units. This building on Old Sauk Road is not necessary. In the area, we have numerous multifamily housing options adjacent to or near the proposed site. These options were all built within the current zoning restrictions and harmonize well with surrounding single-family homes. Please listen to us. We are voters and longtime residents and do not approve the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Who is next, Bill?
I had G.S. Sund.
Do you have that, Jesse? G.S. Sund?
No, there's no person in attendance by that name.
Okay, and then the other one that we couldn't connect with is, you think, available now?
I suspect this may be Paul.
Mary? Paul.
Can you hear me? Mary? Mary's my wife. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is this Paul Umbeck?
Yeah, this is Paul.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Paul Umbeck.
So I think one of the reasons you're having a lot of drop-offs is because they're using the Zoom link and not the link in the meeting and not the Zoom link. So that's what our problem was, and we couldn't get in. So sorry about that, and I appreciate your patience with it all. So I'm going to go back to the stormwater issues because that's the one I am most concerned about. And part of that relates to the size of the project. It just doesn't fit with the neighborhood. It's too big. And we're going to lose a lot of space where right now the water is absorbed. These last rainfalls that we've had, that I've seen in my backyard, the water has been absorbed. But once you covered all that, the idea here, I think, by Stonehouse is to push all that water to the west into our easement area. Now, one of the problems I have there, they're talking about a 40-foot spreader. Okay, well, the easement's only 30 feet, so we're way oversized on that. And, we hired some professionals to help us understand all this because these are very complex issues. These are not just simple issues. Soil profiles, drainage, et cetera, And I think, you have to heed the warning what these people are telling you and come up with some resolution as to how to accommodate what they're saying, because I think we're going to have some real serious problems if we don't get it through. And we are very concerned about it because, yes, we do have an easement. Yes, it is a drainage swale. And yes, but I don't want to see all that water pushed into my property because I don't think it can handle it. I don't think Spyglass Court can handle it. There's not enough drains that can handle that much volume of water. So it's like, be aware of this. I would say that, defer this until you get more complete plans on the stormwater, and then you can go back and revisit it. So, and again, those are my real issues. Everything else has been said that I support. That's, about the, what Jeff Western talked about, and people on the north side of that property. They have some very serious issues, probably more so than me, but still very serious issues for me in this property as well. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and thanks for keeping on trying to get in. The next registrant is Chuck Nahn, Sandhill Drive, Middleton, opposed, wishing to speak, representing who we just heard from, Mary and Paul Umbeck. So Chuck Nahn. Chuck?
Chuck, you're unmuted on our end. You may have a prompt to unmute yourself. There you go. Now you're unmuted.
Okay, Chuck, you have 3 minutes.
We can't hear you, Chuck. You may have a mute on your microphone or headset or... You're unmuted on our end and also unmuted on your end, but we cannot hear you if you're speaking.
Maybe try calling in. Or try reconnecting, Chuck, because we are not hearing you. Okay, let's move then to Nicholas Davies, Richard Street, Madison support and wishing to speak. Nicholas, you have 3 minutes. Is there a Nicholas Davies?
There we go. Thank
Yes.
you. So we've had a lot of other residential projects on the agenda tonight, but make no mistake, this is not a flood. This is a single burst of rain in the midst of a drought. We're not spoiled for choice when it comes to proposed residential infill. But comparing this project to others on the agenda tonight, the substantive difference here is an organized, moneyed opposition to renters in this particular neighborhood, with even a staff complement of engineers and attorneys. Homeowners have been calling renters pollution, saying we're unwelcome, that we don't belong, that we're a threat, that housing isn't necessary. Easy to say if you've got yours, I guess. This is especially hurtful because I used to volunteer in this neighborhood, going door to door and talking to people about voter registration when I myself was a renter in the area. So I would put the question back to the neighborhood residents. If this isn't how your neighborhood is going to help solve the housing crisis, then what is? Because my neighborhood on the east side is doing our part, downtown is doing their part. Compared to 138 ADUs or 138 house to duplex conversions, this is the quick and easy approach. And 2 to 5 years after it's done, it'll feel like it's always been there. If homeowners nearby don't find the housing crisis compelling, consider that this site will be paying part of your tax bill. The empty 3.7 acres are assessed at $1 million today. That's comparable to some of the area houses. When the city divides up the tax levy amongst property owners, this site will pay a slice of the pie that's about the same as yours as a nearby homeowner. But when it's redeveloped, it'll be paying a slice of the pie that's 28 times the size of yours. Whereas if you say no to this, it'll go somewhere else out in the suburban sprawl. It'll go towards perhaps Middleton's tax levy instead of ours. I wish this proposal included commercial space. I wish it included more residential units. I wish the plan had less than a 1-to-1 parking ratio, although we actually have a parking minimum in play here, which prevents that, and that is a problem. But the bottom line for me is if projects like this are getting approved on the periphery of the city, out beyond I-90 or beyond Junction Road, and they are, then this should be approved too. Do I wish transit here were more frequent? Yeah. Do I wish there were more amenities in walking distance? Absolutely. But, you know, this is someone's 4-mile commute to UW Hospital as opposed to 20. So I'd really like to see this go forward, and we owe this to the future residents of Madison to put this site to use right the first time and not in a way where we'll have to tear down and rebuild another 10 or 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Our next registrant is Ryan Brown, Old Sauk Rose, Madison, is opposed and wishing to speak. Ryan, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person in attendance by that name.
The next registrant is William Houlihan, Carlsbad Drive, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. William, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Bill Houlihan, and I am calling in to oppose the development. I live at 6606 Carlsbad Drive, which is 1 block removed from the proposed development. When I look across the street, what I see in the summertime, at least, is trees. And I suspect when this development is complete, what I will see is the windows of the folks who are going to move into this development. I live in a small circle, and I think that circle is destined to soon fill in with the cars that this project will bring. Both I and my neighbors believe that the development is just too big, and I think the Plan Division acknowledges that on page 7 of its report. I have attended the 2 listening sessions that have occurred previously, and I've listened to hundreds of people, both register and speak in opposition to the project. People have expressed concerns over the traffic, both on Old Sauk and in the neighborhoods, parking, noise, light pollution, lack of services, shadows, the loss of the old barn, drainage and flooding, obviously, and the impact on schools. I think those concerns are people trying to talk about how they feel diminished by the project. And one of the standards applicable to the multi-development or multifamily development is that the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished. The Plan Division acknowledges that that's a difficult standard to address and essentially passes that on to the Plan Commission. And what I would ask is this: given the overwhelming neighborhood response, I would ask the Commission to reject this proposal. And it's my view, at least, that any other response renders the neighborhood use, values, and enjoyment provision meaningless. Thank you very much.
Thank you, William. The next registrant is William Butcher, Williamson Street, Madison, support and wishing to speak. William, you have 3 minutes.
Hey, Liddell, thank you very much. No, that was a mistaken click there, just here to answer questions.
Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you. The next registrant is Joe. No, we already heard from him. The next registrant is Kurt Brink, Acadia Drive, Madison, support and wishing to speak. Kurt, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I do live in Parkwood Hills since 97 and on the west side since 81. I am for this project. If you look at the length along Old Sauk Road, they have no more than 2 apartments together with a deep setback. So as you drive by it from a plan view, it looks more residential. And that the 3 stories and the flat roof, other than the 4 stories, is a minimal way of putting it in. The main issue I want to talk on is stormwater. The one thing that the city of Madison and engineering department takes is stormwater is one of the most critical things that you start with. The thing is, Parkwood Hills initially, most of it was put in the 70s. There is no stormwater management. there was not even any set of where the foundation was in the flooding and how it works. And right now, this site has no stormwater management at all. The interesting thing that with all the studies and reports is all good here. The way the city analyzes their stormwater anywhere around the city, downtown, etc., is that you're not to be worse than what's on there now, and it will be better. Part of what the right now, the way that site is and the water sits on it and the soils that they found out, they will improve it to be better. And the city won't sign off on it when you go to get your permit until the soils are right. It will be better when it's done than it is now, and it will be better for the neighbors behind it because now there's an understanding of all the soils and waters and everything else. And if you can look at any other approvals, any other projects in town, especially downtown, the engineering department is very particular on how you do it. And there's a certain state statute called 67 or 76 that how the water comes on the site, how long it is retained, and for it is discharged, and they'll look at the whole area. I think it should go through the approval for the zoning change. The stormwater will have to be signed off properly before the city moves forward on it. And the owners would want that also, but it will end up better in the future. And that has been the history of the city of Madison for the last few years. It's been very serious. So I think that if you look at the plan view and as you drive along the street, it actually looks more residential than somebody talking about 400 feet long. It steps back 2 apartment units and works through it. The city has very strict things in parking lots on the lumens that can be in the parking lot. And then there needs to be more trees or something to work on it. But my conclusion is the city is more serious than anybody I've ever seen on the stormwater, and the engineering department is very adept in making sure it works. The other reports that came through are fantastic because it brings up the issues of what needs to be taken care of, and that will be solved. And they can't build the project signed off.
Thank you, Kurt. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Lisa Morrison, Torrey Pines Court, opposed and wishing to speak. Lisa, you have 3 minutes.
Me?
Go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, lots of other people have said many of the things that I wanted to say. I think to me, it comes down to the statement in the report that the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. And from my perspective, I live on Torrey Pines Court, which is directly to the north side and behind the barn. Basically, I look at the barn. We are below the property level there. It runs towards our property and all of our neighbors' property. So I guess to me, the issue of drainage runoff is part of my quality of life because if they don't handle that properly, our property is going to have standing water and flooding in our basement constantly because we already have ponding water and pooling water. In addition, the trees, the wildlife, the things people have already mentioned are part of the quality of life, but we are most concerned about the drainage. And I guess, I'm not going to go into all the details in the plan, but the plan mentions it's a known flooding risk. The plan mentions the developer is strongly encouraged to complete their own engineering analysis to determine and meet protective elevation criteria, which I guess I'm not quite familiar with how the city engineering department approves the developer's plans, but I would hope there was some oversight there to make sure that, they were really addressing this. It says they need to revise their plans to show the proposed private internal drainage system. It says that this whole area is subjected to increased erosion control enforcement. It says that the applicant shall demonstrate that water can leave the site and reach the public right-of-way without impacting structures during a 100-year storm event. And the final one is one of the neighbors talked about the fact that they have to get this public easement for stormwater drainage that's going to drain out to the west of this property. So I guess to me, my desire is that this get deferred until these engineering and drainage assessments and findings are available and evaluated, because when you live here, you know this is a floody place, and it does affect everything. It affects our quality of life. It affects our house values. It affects, our ability to move around. So that's all I want to say. I just hope that you consider all these hundreds of comments of people who are going to be affected by this if drainage is a problem. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, so Bill, Jesse, is there anybody that I missed?
We do have Chuck that's back, and we are having trouble with the microphone.
Okay, let's give him a try. Chuck, you have 3 minutes.
Chuck, if you're there, you should be seeing a prompt to unmute. There you go. We're unmuted.
Okay, Chuck, 3 minutes. Are you there?
I don't think it worked, Chuck. We're not hearing you.
Sorry, Chuck, but we can't hear you.
Hello? This is Mary Umbeck. I think part of the problem people are having is that they are going to the meeting agenda and they're seeing that you can listen to the meeting by clicking the link where you post your agenda. People may not be realizing that they got an email that had a Zoom link in it that they should be using. And I think part of the problem, they can't connect if they think they're just listening into the meeting. I think it would be helpful if some instructions were on the site of your agenda so that people know when they register to speak how to access the Zoom, that they're getting an email with a Zoom link.
Okay, thank you.
I think that this is a different issue because he is in the meeting already, and his microphone is active.
Okay.
So that's a.
Okay, so apparently that's not going to.
Oh, there we go.
You can't hear me. Okay, let
Yay.
me talk real quick here.
Okay.
My name is Chuck Nahn, and I'm a registered civil engineer retained by the adjacent neighboring property owners to review and comment on the stormwater management erosion control plan for the Old Sauk Road apartments. I have over 40 years of engineering experience specializing in stormwater management and flood control issues. My overall summary review of this development is that a high-density multifamily residential development with correspondingly greatly increased paved surfaces is being proposed into a small undeveloped area with existing flooding problems caused primarily by an inadequate storm sewer infrastructure along Old Sauk Road. To meet city ordinances and achieve high-density development, the developer is implementing novel untested underground practices to meet the runoff rate, water quality, infiltration, and oil and grease requirements of the city ordinance. I have a number of concerns detailed in my review comments to the three plans that have been issued. Primarily, they're not limited to underground tank infiltration rate. The infiltration rates used in the report are too high and do not have a correction factor applied to account for soil compaction during construction. Please note these design infiltration rates are integral to meeting city ordinance for runoff rate control, water quality, and infiltration requirements. Soil compaction during construction is inevitable based on the weight of rock and the concrete vault structure on top of the native soil interface for the underground tanks. Mixing the soils 5 feet below the native soil interface will not increase infiltration based on Dr. John Norman's comment you heard earlier. In addition, sodium chloride used for the winter de-icing of street driveways will cause soil solidification and an immediate infiltration failure. In addition, there's pre-existing detention has not been applied to the on-site discharge. The city ordinance requires pre-existing detention applied to on-site discharge, but the stormwater plan applies pre-existing detention to off-site discharge from Old Sauk Road flooding and not the on-site discharge from paved area increase associated with proposed development. Proposed increased flooding to the lower basements to the north property owners. The underground tank infiltration can potentially cause groundwater mounding and increased groundwater flow to the north, inundating northern property owners' households' lower levels and basements. Please note these basements are 7 feet below the native soil interface of underground tank number 1, which is located just 40 feet from the edge of the native soil interface. The proposed underground tank overflow pipes elevations are also situated so high that if those underground infiltration tanks would not infiltrate as designed, the outflow pipe elevation will negate 3/4 of the existing storage of the underground tanks. Given the uncertainties that exist at this time, we ask that you defer a decision on zoning change until further detail becomes available regarding the proposed stormwater practice for this development. The risk of increased flooding in already flooded areas, if these practices do not perform as designed, definitely should be considered in more detail before a decision to change the zoning to demolish existing structures is made. For example, if the underground tanks remain filled with water, flood protection volume is lost, which is needed to protect downstream property owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Thanks for your persistence in connecting.
I'm glad it works. Finally.
Okay. Okay, I think that is it for registrants wishing to speak. Bill, Jesse, any more?
I think the only one that I see that that we didn't hear from, who maybe not may possibly not be in the meeting, is GS Sund. We mentioned
Okay.
that person
Right.
a couple times, but
Yeah.
Yeah, Liddell,
Somebody-
I've been communicating with Deborah Forrestal that she is in the meeting and wants to speak. She's registered on 24, but I don't see her in the attendees list. And I haven't gotten confirmation from her that she is clicking on the link in the email that she used to register. But that's one other party that we're hearing from.
Okay, well, if we don't have them there, it's hard to listen to them. Okay, so we're going to move on to questions of registrants. Are there questions for registrants? Alder Ugair.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The presentation that we were going to hear by Mr. Wise of Wise Engineering was cut short for available time, but if he is still available, rather than have him continue his presentation, I just have a question for him.
Okay, so Wade Weiser. Okay, go ahead, Alder.
Wade, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. You've heard the discussions or the concerns expressed by Mr. Don and Mr. Norman with regard to infiltration rates in the soil as they would be affected by the underground tanks. Do you have any comments on that? I realize that if this were approved, that we'd still be waiting for and need approval of a final stormwater plan, but did you have anything that you could add at this point?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to add that we did take an extensive look at the soils as part of our study. We had soil borings done by CGC, reputable geotechnical engineering firm in the Madison area. We also listened to some of the comments about getting deeper, getting more soils tested, and we went out and incurred that additional expense and that additional investigation. To follow that up, we actually had a meeting with Greg Freeze and representatives from CGC to talk about the soils and to talk about this correction factor and the mixing of the soils to get to an infiltration rate of 0.5 inches per hour. So we share the opinion that CGC, the geotechnical engineer, has that we will achieve those infiltration rates. And that is what is presented in the report and submitted for ordinance compliance.
And did you have any comments with regard to the concerns about long-term serviceability of these underground storage tanks?
Yeah, I think that's a point that is under discussion in a lot of municipalities, and certainly something we've talked about. We went back to a potential supplier of the material for the underground system. We talked about upflow filters, which provide sediment control before the water gets into the underground filters, as well as what they call an isolator row that helps confine the pollutants and the sediment to isolated chambers so that if maintenance did need did need to be performed, it could be taken up in an isolated chamber row as opposed to the entire system. So there are practices in place, and I think that kind of starts to speak to policy, and that these underground systems are something that is used in the city frequently. They are permitted, and for these reasons, they can be maintained.
Well, thank you. And then the final question on that is there are concerns about the elevation of the overflow discharge piping from the underground tanks. Do you have any comment about that?
The elevations out here have also been studied. A significant existing drainage way goes to the west. And with that, our development ultimately will flow and be conveyed that way as well. I think with the elevations, the thing that I want to point out is the underground systems that we're implementing, the green roofs, the upflow filters, those practices that we're doing on our site treat our proposed impervious surface. The basin on the west side is kind of part of this unintended detention and a representation of how a large storm would flood the site today and fill up that west basin without being overburdened by our development. Our development hits the underground storage system and then is discharged to the west, and that entire west basin is reserved for this elevation issue and the additional flooding in the area.
Thank you, Wei. I don't have any further questions. Chair, I also had a question for Helen Bradbury, if she's available.
Okay, fine. Helen? We get Helen up?
I'm available.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Hey.
I just kind of one quick type of question. I can't resist connecting to the very straightforward comment from Mr. Mackey. If you remember hearing from him, I've met him. He's been involved for a long time in real estate in Madison. I'm not sure I would have characterized the situation exactly as he did with regard to the greediness of the Piersdorf family, but I'm just wondering if you would like to confirm that if a developer were to consider only a 15 units per acre, I think by my calculations, that gets us in the 55, 56 units as opposed to 138 dwelling units. Really, that doesn't work economically for a developer, at least as I've been involved in it, unless we knocked somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million off the asking price from the Piersdorf family. Does that sound something real to you, that it would have to be a dramatically lower price for the property if this family that has held it for many generations were to consider what needed to be done, and if they were forced to do so by an action of the Plan Commission or the Common Council?
Does it sound reasonable to spend $1 million a unit?
No. My question is, isn't it true, as Mr. Mackey contended, that the price would have to be dramatically reduced by the Piersdorf family in order to be able to make a development of, let's say, at the LR rate, only about 15 dwelling units per acre economical? You can't make it work at the current price.
Correct. That is a correct statement. And to get down to 55 units, hold on, I'm getting some help here from my cohorts. Hang on.
I just backed into it on a linear relationship on the price per unit by the land, but it's not linear in my experience, because you actually get some economies of scale up to a certain point by more units in a building than less units.
Well, absolutely. And I guess when we looked at this site and this price, it is very much a market rate transaction. I don't think there's any greed involved. It's fairly priced for what land costs in the city of Madison, and it's in this area. Obviously, downtown is a little bit higher because you can get the density. But I can't even imagine how low he'd have to go to get to 15 units per acre. It would not work for him. It would not work for anyone.
Well, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions for any of our registrants? I don't see any raised hands. I have a couple of questions, and it's going to be along the same lines as I had questions in regard to the Wilson Street. I'm concerned about delivery. We're getting increasing numbers of Amazon, UPS, other kinds of deliveries, and double parking, blocking bike lanes, all of that. How are you going to handle the deliveries of those kinds of options that people do use a lot? Where are they going to go? Because they won't. My experience is that the Amazon delivery would not drive way back around the building if there's a way to go in the front door. So is there a place for delivery vehicles like that to stop on Old Sauk Road without blocking traffic or bike lanes?
This is Doug.
Yeah.
There isn't on Old Sauk Road. The north side of the road is the bike lane. There's no parking on the north side of the road. You can park on the south side. We have a loading area on the back of the building. There's a way for the UPS trucks or Ubers or Eat Streets or any of those people to come in, turn around. And that's where the main entry is for the building. That's where the community room is. That's where the parcel room is. That's where the mail room is. That's where the mail will be delivered. So there is a location and a spot right next to that main entry and the parcel room for those types of deliveries.
So people cannot get in the front door? I mean, a door on Old Sauk Road, they can only get in a door at the back.
There is a door on Old Sauk Road. So if you're a resident, you would have access to the building from there. That would be the best place to go if you're going out to catch a bus. You'd want to go out on Old Sauk.
Okay, my concern is that, again, based upon observation, that Amazon and those kinds of delivery vehicles would be unlikely to take the drive back if they can get in that front door to deliver.
Can I? Oh, thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm chomping at the bit. I mean, you are absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're absolutely right, Chair Zellers. I mean, we have UPS at, for example, Lyric on East Washington Avenue. We see the guy 5 or 6 times a day. The Amazon trucks, the food deliveries, and there's a parcel room, as Doug explained. They won't be able to get in the front door. They will have no choice but to go to the back, and that's where the parcel room is, and that's where they deliver packages. And then the residents come and pick up the packages. So going in the front door won't get them anywhere.
Okay. I mean, they won't be able to get in, basically, the front door is what you're saying.
Correct.
Door in. Okay.
And there'd be nowhere to leave the packages if they did.
Okay. And so in regards to trash pickup, garbage trucks would go around on the driveway to the back, what I call the back of the building then?
Yes. There's trash there. Our trash cans will have to be wheeled out of the underground garage, but there will be trash back there.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for any of the many registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? And just to clarify for listeners, this is a time for plan commissioners to ask questions, and talk, we do not call on any of the many people who have had an opportunity to speak. I'm sorry about that, but that's the way it works. Alder Ugair.
Yes, a question for Greg Fries from Stormwater Engineering.
Hi, Greg.
Alder.
You're on.
Yep. Can you guys all hear me?
Yep.
Oh, yes, Greg. Hello. We speak again. You heard my questions to Wade Wise with regard to the concerns expressed about infiltration. Mr. Don's concerns about infiltration rates and the type of soils and its potential to compact and so forth later. Did you have any comments to add about those concerns, about how we'll deal with that if we work towards approval and the requirement and the conditions for a stormwater plan?
I do. Chair, if I could perhaps go on a bit of a diatribe here just to summarize. Tim referred to the 4-page memo I sent to you guys. I think it would help a bit for you if I could just kind of summarize where this is and what we do at City Engineering versus what the neighborhood is concerned about, because there is a difference. Is that could I do that?
Yes, please.
Okay. So in the memo that I believe Tim included in your packet, I went through point by point the requirements that Madison General Ordinance 37 has this development meet. Okay. And they have not met all of those. They have, I think I called it in my summary about a 90% compliance. I have some concerns. They document in the report that they are going to amend the soils or mix them, I think is the term Wade used. How they are going to do that is unclear to me. I documented that in the report. Chuck and the professor, I apologize, I forget his name, bring up some... Norman, thank you. Bring up some perfectly valid points. While I would not agree with them that this is an experimental system, I would certainly characterize it as ambitious. They are infiltrating a lot of water here in fairness, to meet our requirements, to meet the requirements of Chapter 37. So, and with an infiltration system, Wade acknowledged this and Chuck Nan brought this up. Infiltration systems require maintenance, or at least potentially require maintenance. So that is something that is not worked out yet, right? We have to have a maintenance agreement that would be recorded against the parcel for them to manage that system. And it likely will require management and maintenance. And that is all privately done. I think, though, it is important, the thing I really wanted to say that wasn't in my report, or at least wasn't, I think, very clear. Several people have talked about groundwater. I have no control over groundwater. The ordinance basically says that you have to get rid of this water. They are choosing to do so by infiltrating it, right? Where that water goes, I don't know. Okay, and they don't know. A groundwater study, it requires a great deal more work than they have put in, and in fairness, than anybody puts in that I know of as part of a development plan. That is at the very edges of my expertise. I know enough to know that I don't know what I am doing with regard to that, and I know that it is very rarely done. But that is a concern the neighbors have, and Chapter 37 does not address that, right? So that does, so all the work they are doing on that stormwater management plan does not address that concern. And I cannot address that concern because we have no rules with regard to that. In fact, there are no state rules that I know of with regard to it. Chuck's report makes some references to considerations with regard to infiltration standards and a SOX standard that is set forth by the DNR. considerations do not have to be met. Those are recommendations in a SOC standard there. It is recommended consideration given to that a mounding study should be done, but it's not required. So SOC standards are not state statute in any case. But so I guess what I wanted to bring up is that, you know, this report is not, you know, completely baked. I would say it's mostly baked, but not completely. We have some issues to resolve yet. And even when it gets to that point, it will not address all the concerns of the neighbors. So, Alder, did that, do you have any questions following up from what I just provided?
Just, I think the only other thing to touch on, and maybe for all of our education, is this is highly unusual for a developer to make the investment in this much analysis and planning for stormwater at this stage in the process. It's ordinarily, as I understand it, it's the work that was done after the conditional use is approved and includes the stormwater requirements, and then engineering's going to replace it. Why don't you, so comments about referring this to a later, delaying the whole process while more study is done would be very atypical. The typical approach is that they're going to have to complete this. They're going to have to provide that information that you pointed out, that last 10% or whatever it is, and then engineering's going to take action on that after it's received. It's adequate, it's not, you're going to make additional suggestions, whatever, but a permit is not going to be issued until stormwater engineering is satisfied that it meets the requirements of the law. Have I got that correct?
You do indeed. It is exceptionally rare that I have anything to review other than a sketch before this comes to Plan Commission. You know, usually what happens is I make a comment on what we refer to as a green sheet review internally, and that is where all those comments come to you. And, you know, typically the Plan Commission and oftentimes Urban Design reviews those and approves the plan or acts on the plan conditionally upon meeting all those comments from staff, myself and many other people. So you are absolutely correct. Yes, you know, depending on what the commission does tonight, if they approve this, they still, Wade and their team will still have to meet additional, you know, they'll have to meet the rest of my stuff, and it will go through, you know, eventually a second set of eyes in engineering in addition to mine. So.
And that includes, most of the points that you raised in your analysis are among those conditions. And of course, the key one is that there has to be a stormwater plan submitted as well as a stormwater maintenance plan submitted. But what I didn't see there, in addition to the other things, is in your letter you pointed out that per what I guess it's 37, that conclusion has to be reached, a finding has to be made that the pre-development results of a 500-year storm compared to the post-development is the post-development can't inflict any more serious problems for the property or neighboring properties than the pre-development. In other words, it can't be worse even in that extreme case. Have I got that right?
Correct. And Wade refers to that in his report. It's just not documented. So he acknowledges the report acknowledges the requirement. It just doesn't address it. So we do have to, it has to be addressed in a more meaningful way in the final report. Correct.
Thank you. Chair, I have no further
Okay.
questions.
Thank you, Alder, and thank you, Greg, for that additional information. I found it helpful. Are there other questions of staff? Seeing none, is there a motion? Commissioner Solheim.
After consideration of the demolition standards, including the report from Landmarks, I move that Plan Commission find that the standards for demolition permits are met and approve the demolition of the 3 buildings located at 6610 to 6706 Old Sauk Road.
Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Duncan. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Solheim?
Not on this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Motion passes unanimously. The next item is the zoning. Do we have a motion on agenda item 24? Commissioner Solheim.
I will move that the Plan Commission forward the zoning map amendment rezoning 6610 to 6706 Old Sauk Road from SRC1 and SRC3 to TRU2 to the Common Council with a recommendation of approval.
Seconded by Alder Duncan. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Solheim?
Yes, I will expand on this one a bit. I just wanted to note that as outlined in our standards and in the staff report, that zoning map amendments must be consistent with our comprehensive plan, and that the state law further specifies that consistency means that it furthers or does not contradict the objectives, goals, and policies in the comprehensive plan. And I do believe that this proposal does meet that definition and that is consistent with our comprehensive plan. As we have heard and read and know, this site is identified as LMR in the comp plan, and select LMR sites can be developed at a higher density, up to 4 stories and 70 dwelling units per acre. And I believe that this site meets those characteristics as being appropriate for that type of development. When looking at those characteristics, first considering the building's relationship with surroundings and the lot and block characteristics, I would say it is very unique to have an almost 4-acre site in this area, and that does allow the building to have significant setbacks and also to be at a lower height. The massing is broken down into smaller sections. There's fencing, and again, the clause in the comp plan allows up to consideration of 4 stories and 70 dwelling units per acre. This has been lowered to 3 stories and 37 dwelling units per acre. And there are other multifamily developments nearby, including those that are 2 stories with a pitched roof. I know that the developer quoted that, but I did notice that as well when I went by the site. In terms of natural features, there are no significant natural features in the site that would merit this development inappropriate. And the stormwater information is above and beyond and will continue to be reviewed at a very detailed level by the city. Having gone through that experience myself, I can also vouch that it's very intense. And in terms of access to services, transit, and amenities, there's frequent metro service at this site. There's access to parks, to schools, and although there is not retail right next to it, it is still in very close proximity via bike and bus, and of course car to a lot of nearby amenities at Hilldale and off the Beltline. So for those reasons, I am in support of the zoning amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim, for your thorough discussion of that. Are there other comments or discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next is agenda item 25, the conditional use. Is there a motion? Commissioner Solheim.
I will move that the Plan Commission find that the standards for conditional use are met to approve a 3-story, 138-unit apartment building and pool subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Is there, seconded by Alder Duncan? Commissioner Solheim, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Very briefly, I will just address the standards for conditional use. I do believe these have been met. Looking first at public health, safety, and welfare. The stormwater information, again, has been provided along with a lot of information regarding traffic. A pedestrian crossing will be paid for by the developer. There is adequate services to this site to address number 2. For number 3, regarding the discussion of uses, value, and enjoyment of the property, again, given the size of the site, I think it's an opportunity where there's significant setbacks and screening and traffic supported by the traffic impact report that shows that this standard can be met. And in terms of normal and orderly development, standard 4, I don't see anything that would preclude that this development would impede future development in the area. And I believe that questions regarding traffic and circulation for standard 5 have been addressed again via the traffic report and other information. I just want to note too that, there's obviously been a lot of input from the public, and I don't want to, leave the impression that we have not heard people. We have read your comments. I have gone through them. I have listened. I understand some of your concerns, but I just disagree for the reasons that I've stated above, and I am in support of the development.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Other discussion, input? Alder Ugair.
Yes, I'm sure at this point in the process that there are a lot of unhappy, disturbed feelings right now among those that are still listening, and I certainly appreciate that, as Commissioner Solheim just expressed as well. But I want to emphasize that what you see now in these plans, and in particular in the work that has been done and will be done with regard to stormwater, which is since I walked the site back in January, has been my most significant concern, is that these are reflected in the 63 conditions that are laid out and that are part of this, and another 28 with regard to the CSM. And those include many items that address the concerns that have been raised by the constituents in that area, especially by the nearby residents, with regard to such things as a plan that needs to be laid out for the hours of operation of the outdoor amenities, a variety of other things that address those kinds of concerns. So those are reflected in a variety of ways. When you have a chance, I encourage anybody listening tonight to take a look at those 63 conditions and see how that picks up many of the concerns that have been expressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. Other comments or input? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 26, looking for a motion on the certified survey map. Commissioner Solheim.
Just closed my PDF, so I have to find it. Okay. I'll move that the Plan Commission approve the certified survey map of property owned by Stonehouse located at 6610 to 6706 Old Sauk Road.
Seconded by Alder Duncan. Did you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. Are there any comments or input? Seeing no raise, Alder Ugair.
I did not hear in the motion that it should be subject to the conditions laid out for the CSM. I think that would be appropriate.
Thank you. I will amend that to add subject to the conditions of the staff report. Thank you, Alder.
Thank you, Alder. Anything else? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, next is, and I just want to say thank you for residents who did participate in the process. I know that it can be somewhat frustrating sometimes, and I've gone through similar kinds of things. So it can be time consuming and frustrating, but it does matter. And as Commissioner Solheim said, I mean, we do read this stuff. It takes a lot of time, but we look to see what people do have to say, and it is considered. And there can be differences of perspective and input, but anyway, thank you for participating. The next item is business by members. Is there any business by members? Okay, then secretary's report. Bill.
Sure, just very quickly here. I believe at your last meeting, we already gave an update on the council action on Alder Bennett's appeal of the Plan Commission's decision not to approve the State Street demo. So I won't talk about that again. At the last meeting, the council passed on the consent agenda, the coffee shop with a drive-through on Verona Road that I think was also approved on the consent agenda by the Plan Commission. Upcoming matters, your June 24th meeting actually looks pretty manageable at this point. A couple of things to note: those first two items are revisiting or removing official map street for near the River Food Pantry, and we will talk more about that in a couple weeks here. But that, like I said, that agenda seems pretty manageable. July 8th will be a little bit heavier agenda, not as heavy as tonight likely, but the sustainability plan will be coming. It's making the rounds. It will be coming to the Plan Commission on the 8th. The next two items listed on the agenda there are porch light projects that you've probably heard about. One 15-story building on Brook Street, site of current porch light, and then porch lights proposed new building, and the 500 block of East Washington Avenue. The University Row, UW Health Digestive Health Center, I believe, or something like that is the name of it. That there's a parking structure proposed there that you will again hear about in a few weeks. And then last thing I wanted to note was on Packers Avenue, constructing the remaining phase of the Oak Park Mobile Home Project that would include 80 additional manufactured homes. So that's what I have for his secretary's report tonight.
Okay, great. Thank you, Bill. Looking for, Alder Field.
Thank you, Chair. Would now be a good time to welcome one of our two newest members of the commission?
That's a great idea. This is Sarah. Welcome. I did get together with her prior to this, so I think that Sarah's a great addition. So yes, thank you, Alder Field. We are glad to have you here, and I was impressed by some of the questions you had of staff prior to the meeting. So thank you for your careful reading of things. Very good. Thank you, Alder Field. Then we will move on to a motion to adjourn. Moved by Alder Field. Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. And I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, we are adjourned, and I will see you on June 24th. Thank you.